On tonight. So I'd like to welcome everyone and acknowledge that we're holding this meeting on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and Musqueam Nation. We recognize and respect them as nations in this territory, as well as their historic connection to the lands and waters around us since time immemorial. At its May 13, 2019 closed meeting, Council resolved to proceed with the Municipal Hall upgrade and restoration project, which includes upgrades to the building's envelope, window glazing, HVAC equipment, and fire protection systems. So this historic building is going to be upgraded. All right, moving to the agenda then, I'd like to ask whether Council has any urgent business to add to the agenda. Seeing none, I'm glad. We've got enough on our agenda tonight. So I'll move for the approval of the May 27th Council agenda.
So I will recommend that the May 27th, 2019 regular Council meeting agenda be amended by considering the item regarding staff report on the interim tree bylaw working group's final recommendations prior to the item regarding Tantalus Gardens development proposal and renumbering the items accordingly. Adding to item 5, a memorandum regarding Tantalus Gardens development proposal report updates. Withdrawing item 7 regarding council remuneration, and that the agenda be approved as amended.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Move to the adoption of council minutes.
Madam Mayor, thank you. That the following minutes be adopted as circulated May 13th, 2019 special open session and regular council meetings.
Second.
Okay, any discussion, comments? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone in the public that if they wish to speak to an agenda item for 3 minutes maximum, to please sign the speaker's list, speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear comments, including those who depend on assisted listening devices, and provide their name and whether they are a West Vancouver resident if they wish to do so. So we'll start with the staff report on the interim tree bylaw working group.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle O'Guire. Come on. There we go. So we're happy to bring forward our staff report tonight that brings forward the final interim tree bylaw working group's report, and also brings forward our staff analysis of their recommendations and our staff recommendations, including an amended interim tree bylaw. So I'll just give a quick update since the last council meeting when the draft report was brought to council, recap the central issue that the working group was grappling with, and then provide staff analysis of the working group's core recommendations, and then move on to our staff recommendations. So in March of last year, the draft interim tree bylaw working group report was presented at council, and since that time, the report was refined based on input from council, staff, and the public. And the final report was brought to staff towards the end of spring of last year. And since that time, we've reviewed the report that the working group provided to us and have formulated our recommendations based on that. Just recently, on May 8th, we did meet with the working group directly to provide an overview of that analysis and our recommendations. And then here we are today with our staff report for council consideration. So as council will remember, the interim tree bylaw was adopted in 2016 in response to community concern for the protection of trees on private land. And this was partly due to the accelerated pace of development that was happening across the district and happening across the Lower Mainland. So the interim tree bylaw working group was formed to assist in the development and consideration of a permanent tree bylaw with the central goal that they identified as maintaining the current tree canopy. And I underlined that here just because it's the central lens that we were looking at the working group's recommendations through, is this idea that the goal is to maintain the current tree canopy. And so here's just a slide that summarizes the core recommendations from the working group. So there's 11 core recommendations proposed. Really, central to this was the establishment of a minimum number of trees dependent on lot size, with different regulations depending on if it was an existing lot where an owner or resident was maintaining or managing their own trees or vegetation, or in the case of a redevelopment lot where an owner or an applicant was coming forward to redevelop a site. So differing regulations for those, and I'll go into those in a minute. There was also a recommendation regarding mandatory self-reporting rather than specific permit requirements in some cases, setting a maximum hedge height, and then there also were solar installation considerations for solar panels and shading. And then one key recommendation was to undergo a tree canopy survey that would provide LiDAR data that staff would be able to understand better the health of the existing tree canopy, which we don't have at this time yet. And then there's additional recommendations that were intended to support the health and ecological value of existing trees. So we reviewed all of those recommendations and identified key issues and opportunities. So for new or redevelopment lots, so where someone's coming in for a building permit or a development permit to develop their lot, the working group recommendation was to establish a minimum number of trees based on lot size. Trees for this case were defined as having a minimum of 10 centimeters diameter breast height, which is a typical way that trees are measured in various tree bylaws. So the example that we have here, it's just a theoretical example on the slide, is a single family lot zoned RS5 that's approximately 670 square meters. So for that lot, we're hypothetically assuming it has 8 trees on it right now, but based on the size, the minimum that would be established would be 5 trees. So in the scenario where someone comes forward for redevelopment of the lot, they could, in theory, remove all trees on the lot and then replant with the minimum of 5. And the minimum of 5 would be 5 centimeter caliper trees, which is an industry standard that's used from nurseries that is easily accessible for people to purchase. So really our key concern here is the potential for the loss of mature trees across the district. And that is really the key concern that staff had in reviewing this recommendation. And similarly for existing lots, the working group recommended establishing a minimum number of trees for lots based on lot size. And so the difference here, one thing I should say, sorry, about the redevelopment lots is that once the 5 trees were planted, there is also exemption criteria that would allow you to remove one of those 5 trees down to potentially 0 on the lot every 3 years. You would be allowed to have an exemption tree. So sorry, going back to the existing lot, we use the same hypothetical scenario, a single family lot approximately 670 square meters in size, where it has existing 8 trees on the lot. In this case, where it's a resident living on their property, there would be no permit required for removal down to the minimum number. So for instance, you could remove 3 trees to come down to the minimum number of 5. And then from that point onward, you could remove 1 tree every 3 years down to potentially 0. And so similar to the other recommendation, our key concern here is the potential for the loss of mature trees. So the one other recommendation is it was intended to really cut down on administrative costs and staff resources. And this was the idea of mandatory self-reporting rather than permit requirements for trees down to the minimum number. So no permit required for those trees. And with that, we would need to set up some sort of web page where someone would submit a report online, and then that would tell their neighbors potentially if trees were being removed and explain that there was no permit required. The key concern really for this recommendation is regarding administration. Staff do receive complaints on a day-to-day basis regarding tree removal across the district, and we do respond to those complaints. And one of the things about this recommendation is that because there would be no requirement to submit arborist information or tree survey information, we would have no ability to go and verify the information provided, and so wouldn't really be able to effectively respond to complaints from residents. So that was one of the key concerns with that recommendation. So then on to hedge height and solar installation considerations. Really, I'll speak mostly to hedge height here, but so the working group recommended establishing a maximum hedge height of 4.5 meters, and also consideration for solar panel with regards to shading when trees are planted adjacent to solar panels. So really, I'm speaking mostly to the hedge height in this, but this recommendation would involve the district in essentially neighbor-to-neighbor disputes. It would, in fact, put one property owner's rights to views and sunlight over another's in terms of privacy or noise buffering. Enforcement could pose a significant financial burden on property owners and significantly damage or kill existing mature hedges or tree rows if they were meant to come into compliance. As well, given the topography of West Vancouver, the 4.5 meter maximum hedge height, it was noted that this actually might not be high enough to maintain privacy for sites on sloping sites. And then there is also the concern about potential loss of neighborhood character with respect to cutting the hedges. In this case, the recommendation was intended that it would go forward retroactively, which isn't really consistent with typically how bylaws are applied, where there's essentially legal non-conforming status for if you had a higher hedge when the bylaw was put in place. So that would be, there would be no grandfathering proposed in the recommendation. And then also it was noted that hedges on municipal land may in fact be in conflict with the maximum. So one key recommendation was to get tree data, tree canopy survey data through LiDAR data. So that is in fact, the budget has already been approved by council, and staff are working with our GIS group in the engineering department to get that underway. And that is proceeding, and we expect to, in fact, have that data by the fall of this year. So really, to sum up, our primary conclusions is that because we don't have the data now to understand how the existing tree canopy is doing, we're not proposing to make any longer-term, more permanent recommendations to change the existing tree bylaw. And this is really due, in fact, to this central goal of maintaining the existing canopy. We do have circumstantial evidence through stormwater management plans and sediment and erosion control plans that we receive for development sites across the district, and those suggest that the tree canopy is likely decreasing. And with that in mind, what we're proposing is to request that council direct staff to report back once we have the data on longer-term policy and bylaw changes. But in the meantime, we are proposing updating the existing interim tree bylaw with changes based on the working group recommendations that support the health and ecological value of existing trees. So I'll just summarize here. So as I said before, we are conducting the LiDAR tree survey and getting that data, and that's underway now. We are proposing to strengthen the existing interim tree bylaw by incorporating these recommendations here on the screen. So we're proposing to expand the list of protected trees to include additional native species. Those are the species identified by the working group in their report, as well as trees on difficult terrain, retained trees, replacement trees, and bird nesting trees. We're also proposing to include heritage trees and trees within riparian areas in the protected trees list. This would simply clarify existing requirements and bring everything related to trees under one bylaw. We're also proposing protection of neighbor trees for redevelopment sites. So this is something new where we're proposing if someone comes forward with a development for a site and there's a neighbor tree next door, that it would be incumbent on the redevelopment site to protect that tree if the development or excavation was going to harm it. We're also proposing to add replacement tree requirements for redevelopment sites. So for instance, right now, if you have a building permit for a house and a protected tree is located within the envelope of the building, then it can be taken down. Or if it's located in an area where it's needed to accommodate a driveway, it can be taken down. And what we're proposing is for trees in that scenario, that although they would need to be removed potentially to make way for the development, that there would be replacement trees for those trees in the new landscape plan or for the site. We're also proposing to define and clarify common pruning and maintenance techniques and clarify the definition of hazardous. So we're also proposing to introduce a fee for tree removal permits. Currently, there is no fee, and that cost of administration and staff processing of permits is a cost to the taxpayer, and it's not cost recovered now. So we're proposing to move to a cost recovery model where there would be a fee for that permit. We're also proposing to develop educational guidelines. Those aren't included in the report today, but we're requesting that council direct staff to bring those back, and those would be based on the working group's recommendations. And it's in those guidelines, the educational guidelines, that we're proposing to include consideration of hedge height, as well as consideration of solar installations, and bringing those in as guidelines to help with neighbor-to-neighbor discussions. And one of the other key recommendations is that we're asking council to direct staff to report back with an urban forest management plan in keeping with the working group's recommendations once we have the LiDAR data. So that summarizes our staff report, and happy to answer any questions.
All right. Excuse me. So the first order of business are questions from council members, and then we'll go to the public list. Yes, Councillor Soprovich.
I'll reserve my comments till after, but so I'll be rather direct. In your communications with the public, did you ask them directly at this point in time whether they wanted a tree bylaw or not?
So,
Madam Mayor, I'll handle that. I mean, the point of this report is that the working group had done a tremendous amount of work on trees, and we respect that work. We think they've done a great service to the municipality, and thinking about and really bringing forward a very positive dialogue on trees that, in fact, did include the public in many ways, through surveys, through meetings, through folks being able to attend their working group meetings. And the working group has come forward with a number of recommendations. Basically what staff are saying is that there are a number of recommendations that they've come forward with that are really good and that we're recommending go forward. There are others that, because we don't know the data or the baseline of the tree canopy, the health of the tree canopy, we don't feel we're in a position to give you good advice on that. We're saying, let us do the data, let us figure that out and come back to you. The public has been involved, and I can assure you that the public will be involved as we move forward.
Okay, based on what was displayed tonight, do you think that it would be okay to allow a long period of time during the study to have no law governing the clearing of lots based on 3 years, only to, in fact, cover a 75 centimeter? And I'll tell you why. Just very briefly, over my years, I've had many, many people phone me up and say, Bill, I just am absolutely beside myself. The neighbor excavated their lot and cleared it for their home, and they cut into my roots. They've damaged my greenery that took me 20 years to develop. And in likewise, the ability to go ahead and clear a lot. Today, we may see in the next 3 years, maybe 100 homes come forth to ask to move along, and they will be clearing everything except if it's 75 centimeter. So in the ongoing thoughts, does the plan for the study going to take 3 years, or can it be speeded up? Or are we going to have a reduction in the size of the tree that should be saved over the next 2 to 3 years?
Madam Mayor, so there's a number of questions there. I mean, to respond to the speed questions, staff will endeavor to move this study along as quickly as possible. We already have our staff working on a survey. We are able not only to compare that to a future survey, but we can look at data that we have in the past. So there is data, for example, from 2013 and other LiDAR surveys that we can compare it to see how we're doing based on historical data. We can also compare it to, for example, best practices in other municipalities. So we can really get a sense, I think, in fairly short order, within, I think, about 6 months of kind of where we sit with a short data set locally, and also where we sit regionally in terms of the health of our tree canopy. And at that point, I think we would be in a position to be able to come back to you and provide you at least with some preliminary commentary on where we think we should be going based on sort of empirical, fact-based research. In terms of your question about the risk of clear cutting of lots, I mean, that risk exists today. I can tell you that we are seeing, a significant slowdown in the redevelopment of single-family lots. And while that, of course, could change, I think for the short term, where the risk isn't that high, you continue to have tree protection measures to protect trees on lots as per your interim tree bylaw. That would still apply. And we are expanding protection measures, as Michelle said, for trees of more ecological significance and or neighboring trees. So I think we're in relatively good stead in that regard. There is a risk. I don't think that the risk is that high.
So would staff entertain an interim bylaw to reduce the size from 75 meters down?
So, Madam Mayor, I mean, this is one of the key questions is would we, and I'll just restate this, I think what Councillor Soprovich is asking is, would we just, for example, say that the protected tree is 50 centimeters as opposed to 75 centimeters? And staff's response to that is no, we're not comfortable to do that. And the main reason is that we don't have the data. We don't know. We wouldn't want to provide higher levels of protection for the same reasons that we wouldn't want to provide lower levels of protection. So the logic, we're trying to be as consistent as we can. We're saying, let's do our due diligence. Let's do our data. I think that the working group did a tremendous job in the absence of data. And I think in my opinion, I think they based a lot of their conclusions on the conversations that they'd had with the public. I respect that, and I think that the work they've done is tremendous. But we're saying we don't know what the actual facts are when it comes to the health of our tree canopy because we don't have the data. Let's figure that out, and then let's say, you could do two things. You could say, let's make the protection level higher by, for example, reducing the DBH, or you could make it less restrictive and move forward in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Soprovich. Councillor Gambioli.
Okay, two hopefully quick questions. You talked at one point about the educational guidelines. In the report, it talks about educational guidelines for residents, but I would argue that educational guidelines for actual tree cutting and management companies is really important too. So is that going to be part of the plan?
Yes, it is. We agree entirely. And just for clarity for council as well, we are increasing, for example, the standard or the qualification, for example, of folks who can identify whether or not a tree is hazardous. So there's going to be educational guidelines, but our bylaws also do kind of strengthen some of the professional certifications around tree removal.
Okay, great. And the second question is that from what I've heard from staff in the Parks Department, we don't really have an official tree replanting program. We plant a few trees in parks every year. But as part of a new plan, I think it would be a great idea, and I know they're doing it in Vancouver and other districts, to have a tree replanting program. Can we think about doing that as part of an urban forest plan?
So through the mayor, to clarify, I think you're meaning a tree replanting program for private property, or? Look at the parks, for example. The short answer is yes. If you want to extend that to private property, there will likely be some resource implications associated with that, but that is something that we can look at certainly moving forward.
And in answer to your question, I would say both would be good.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Just a follow-up question. You have stated this evening that the tree canopy survey and analysis is underway now, and that we can expect some preliminary results hopefully in about 6 months or so?
Through the mayor, yeah, that's correct. Hopefully sooner, but I'm hedging my bets.
And through that, I mean, that is all integrated with the urban forest management plan, which is developing and going along at the same time. What is the approximate timeline for that?
Through the mayor, if we were to get data within 6 months, I would like to be back to council within a year on that. I think that, and the reason of that, I think there would be a preliminary report back to council in terms of what the data findings were. The complication with an urban forest management plan could be, if council, for example, wanted us to look at different neighborhoods and have different strategies for different neighborhoods, that could take a little bit more time, to be candid. I think it would be the right work to do, but I think, defining the scope of that tree plan, I think, for example, trees in Altamont compared to trees in a place like Ambleside, where there's a very different sort of pattern, or trees in Ambleside where there's single family houses, and trees in a more a denser area, you'd have a different strategy, I think. And I think that is going to take some time to talk about and to come forward with some recommendations. So we would report back in approximately 6 months with the data findings, and then I think we would be looking at getting some direction and scope from council on what that urban forest management plan would be.
So just one quick follow-up question then. In approximately 6 months, that would be a good time if we made any adjustment to the tree protection regulations tonight, or if the current ones happen to stand, that we could revisit those within a 6-month period, because we would have more data at that point, correct?
Through the mayor, correct. I mean, I would feel comfortable making adjustments once you knew what was happening, and that would be my recommendation as to the appropriate time to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. Councillor Wong.
Thank you. I suppose Councillor Lambert sort of asked the same question, but I'll perhaps phrase it differently. What is the logic of having one overarching interim tree bylaw, given that we have different neighborhoods with different tree resources?
You know, through the mayor, I think that having a tree bylaw has really been sort of an interim tree bylaw has been an evolution in terms of how folks have thought about trees in West Vancouver. So, you know, if you recall 3 years ago, I think we were the only municipality in the region that didn't have a tree bylaw. And folks have increasingly in this community recognized the value of trees. And I think we're frankly struggling through the best way to regulate them in the West Vancouver way. That being said, I think having a bylaw has increased awareness about trees. I think it has protected mature trees. And I think it has protected trees that are you know, significant, like arbutus or dogwood, and also that have benefit and value in terms of ecological value, nesting and that sort of thing, and we want to strengthen those things. So there is a value in having the bylaw we have, and I think that more data can help make that better in the future.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So the next step is to go to members of the public, and we have a number of speakers who have signed up, starting with Rainer Fasler. And Rainer, I'm going to just grab something from my office, so give me 30 seconds.
Thanks.
And I'll be right back. Thank you. So you may proceed.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors. My name is Rainer Fasler, 1114
Everyone?
Mathers.
We're back in. Sorry.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Jim Bailey and his staff for pointing out some serious contradictions between some of the recommendations of the interim tree bylaw working group and its baseline statement, which was the current tree canopy is about right. And I think quite rightly, the staff report therefore takes the following recommendations off the table. You cannot cut as many trees as you want, of as any size you want, without permit, as long as you replace them with 5 centimeter diameter new trees. Also, additionally, you cannot cut one more tree every 3 years, and the self-reporting is also off the table. The report also took hedge heights and making it easier to cut boulevard trees, which was also in there, off the table. However, I would like to commend the staff report and the interim tree bylaw working group for their recommendation to protect trees on neighboring properties to development, to sites under development. I would, however, say we need to make it really clear that trees on neighboring properties cannot be damaged, and I think we should consider including the trees on the neighboring property near the property line in the mandatory tree survey that is now required for lots under development. That would be logical. I also support the recommendation to do aerial surveys of the tree canopy to establish the baseline, even so I think we know that we have lost an awful lot of mature trees in the last 10 years. But I ask you that during the time of the aerial survey, you do not leave the interim tree bylaw protecting trees only of 75 centimeters and over in place. I would instead urge you to put the new tree bylaw in place now. And that would mean to protect trees somewhere between 20 and 30 centimeters and larger. I think we, however, cannot consider the tree bylaw issue without considering some overall context. I would say 1, the urgent fight to limit global warming. 2, recognizing the positive impact trees have on human and animal life. 3, key local issues such as soil erosion and slope stabilization. And 4, I'd like to point out that the working group dealing with neighborhood character also pointed out the important role trees and landscape play in the definition of neighborhood character for the various West Vancouver neighborhoods. To the residents and developers who do not care about any of the above issues, I would say, consider what might happen to your property values when we're ultimately left with our hillside bare of trees covered with oversized houses. We already have examples, Sentinel Hill from Ambleside. Madam Mayor and councillors, I am not asking you to go out on a limb. I'm not asking you to break new ground. I'm just asking you to follow the example of other neighborhoods. Last point, a letter to the editor on May 10th, in the North Shore News on the issue of climate change made, I think, a sobering statement. Not so long ago, it was the unquestionable goal of every parent to make life better for their children. Now the children are asking rightly, do we even care about their future? I hope we're not at this point. I would like to be optimistic and hope that you will act courageously and reassure that next generation that we do care about their future. Thanks very much.
Les Picard.
Hello, Mayor, councillors. My name is Les Pickard. I have lived in West Vancouver for 41 years, all at 960 Braeside Street on Sentinel Hill. The working group spent a lot of time and energy in developing an excellent report. It's disappointing that district staff is proposing that some of the report's most important recommendations not be incorporated in the amendment bylaw. My main concern is the size of trees to be protected. The interim tree bylaw was adopted as an emergency measure to prevent clear cutting until it was replaced by a final bylaw. Staff is now proposing retention of the interim bylaw's requirement to protect trees larger than 75 centimeters. No rationale has been provided for this arbitrary standard. In 1980, West Vancouver published the Tree Book, which includes an extensive list of species which should be planted as replacement trees, partly based on the requirement that they shouldn't exceed a mature height of 12.2 meters, 35 feet. This is in scale with the zoning bylaw's single-family residence height limit of 7.62 meters, 25 feet. The Tree Book also lists species which should not be planted due to their excessive mature heights and related concerns regarding safety, views, and light. These undesirable species include red cedars, hemlock, Douglas fir, which grow to exceed 75 centimeters. So paradoxically, with the proposed amendment bylaw, the species protected would include those which the Tree Book recommends not be planted. There are neighborhoods where extremely tall trees are not the best solution to providing an effective canopy. The working group's report recommends a more flexible approach than protection based on trunk size alone, in keeping with the Tree Book's guidelines. I hope that Council can find some way to incorporate the group's and the Tree Book's recommendations for the size of trees to be protected and for landscaping plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Trong.
Honorable Mayor Booth, council members, and interim tree bylaw working group. My name is Kim Trong, and I would like to provide a comment from my family regarding the hedge height limitations. Presently, the working group recommends including a hedge height limitation in the proposed tree bylaw. The subsequent report from Ms. Michelle McGuire, as well as Ms. Erica Sivokas, argues that such a provision in the bylaws would cause neighbor disputes and put one property owner's rights to views and sunlight over another property owner's rights to privacy. Additionally, they believe that such a bylaw would require significant resources, both from the district to manage neighbor disputes as well as for property owners to maintain the hedges. Because of these reasons, they recommend developing best practice and/or educational guidelines on hedge height maximums instead, as you've all heard. While I appreciate and understand their concerns regarding district resources, as a resident of West Vancouver, representing my parents who are residents and property owners in West Vancouver, I do not agree with their other conclusions, and ultimately, I do not believe there are grounds for excluding the hedge height limitation from the bylaw. Indeed, the lack of an existing bylaw on hedge height is the very reason that disputes among neighbors are happening right now in the very first place, and why this topic of unmaintained hedges continues to be a major concern among West Vancouver residents. A 4.5-meter hedge height limitation, as proposed in the working group report, would be an unambiguous limitation that provides a resolution for West Vancouver residents and neighbors, while maintaining property owners' equal rights to privacy and views or sunlight. Unlike what they have suggested, I believe that these two desired outcomes, like West Vancouver residents ourselves, can coexist harmoniously, and they do not have to be mutually exclusive. With an unambiguous bylaw in place, West Vancouver residents and neighbors would finally receive the clarity and call to action we've been needing. It is not enough to simply incorporate hedge height maximums into a best practice guidelines that can be ignored and can't be enforced. Council, if you allow hedges to grow unmaintained and unregulated, you are allowing West Vancouver to compromise what we're renowned for, the sunlight that drenches our backyards in the summers and the unparalleled views we see from our windows that make West Vancouver the city we call home and the city that my children are going to call home. Our bylaws have provisions to make sure that buildings do not block off our access to these West Vancouver treasures. So I urge you to follow in the footsteps of other municipalities, to hear the concerns of our community and address them by incorporating recommendation 2.1.11 from the working group report and mandate a hedge height limitation of 4.5 meters for private properties moving forward. Thank you.
Can I take this? Thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the audience I'm not going to be as heavy-handed with clapping. I know that has been an issue in the past, but I am going to draw the line around heckling and commentary while people are speaking. And if I hear that people are doing that, I'm going to ask them to leave the council chamber, because everyone deserves to be respectfully listened to. And our community is a respectful one, and I know that people can follow that. So I have heard some murmurs just while this last speaker was speaking, and that is just not on in my book. So I will enforce that. Thank you. All right, move to Alison Kermode. This way? Okay. And oops.
Okay, well, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm Alison Kermode, 885 Braeside Street in West Vancouver. And I'm calling for your urgent action towards meaningful and more stringent protection of our vital trees. And I hope that you will base your decision on existing science, which is actually vast and irrefutable, on the advice of tree biology experts, and on our urgent need to address climate change. And I think first off, we need to realize that the costs of climate change are really going to be astronomical. And I note that the district is already spending substantial funds towards offsetting the multiple downstream consequences of climate change, like flooding and sea level rise. And just note that these are, in fact, Band-Aid approaches, and by preserving trees, you can save vast funds by trees directly mitigating climate change. They act as carbon sinks, and trees also directly offset the many downstream consequences of climate change, like conserving and managing water and cleansing the air, the water and the air. And in relation to science and biology, I sought the advice of an expert at the BC Ministry upon hearing of our interim bylaw of 75 centimeters DBH, and what that would mean for a species commonly found on the North Shore, like yellow cedar, and with an estimated age of up to 800 plus years, depending upon nutrient availability and competition. I think you'll agree that this bylaw is woefully inadequate, especially for species that are slow growing and yet are nonetheless infinitely valuable to preserve. And in North Vancouver and other districts like Saanich and Metchosin, several species are actually protected regardless of their diameters. And so this includes a few of the angiosperms, as well as some of the slow-growing conifers like Pacific yew, yellow cedar, and western white pine. And just note that no person then shall cut, remove, or destroy any of these species. And so really, at the barest of minimums, I believe that we should be adopting the bylaw of Vancouver, which is 20 centimeters. And just note then that I appreciate the aspects of developing an urban forest strategy, but I think some of these aspects of protecting, giving full-out protection to some of the very sensitive species is valid, along with protecting other trees at 20 centimeters. I guess I'll end there.
Thank you. I'll call up Teresa Reinsch.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, councillors, my name is Therese Reinsch and I live in West Vancouver. The benefits of a healthy urban forest in combating global warming have been clearly defined by the speaker previous who preceded me, so I won't use up my time by pointing this out to you again. In fact, I think I've said it many times previous. There was some discussion at the meeting May 8th in District Hall with Mayor Booth, staff, and some members of the Interim Tree Bylaw Working Group when this staff report was delivered in a PowerPoint presentation. One conclusion with which I take exception was a discussion as to whether or not mature trees have been disappearing from the urban landscape. It had been decided by residents as a result of a survey in 2018 that the tree canopy was about right. It is my opinion and through observation, and since I live in the community, that mature trees have in fact been disappearing. And waiting for a LiDAR study to be undertaken in perhaps 2 or 3 years, or did I hear 6 months tonight, is irresponsible. A bylaw that protects mature trees that are 25 to 30 centimeters in diameter at DBH is what is required. These are not insignificant trees. The recommendation that the district maintain the size of protected trees at 75 centimeters in diameter at DBH, according to the interim tree bylaw, is almost useless if the number of trees of this size in West Vancouver is extremely low. One rationale that I heard at this meeting on May the 8th for pursuing this avenue was that because the real estate market is in a balanced state, might I say buyer's market actually, that there's no need to worry about mature trees being cut down for development by either a developer or a homeowner hoping to sell at a higher price by increasing his or her view through removal of trees. I know a little something about this, and I think that this could be the best time to introduce a tree bylaw protecting mature trees of a smaller diameter. During the 2014 to 2016 real estate market was in a frenzied state. Multiple offers had buyers and sellers competing for properties And some properties were selling in days or even hours at well over asking prices. In one instance, $1 million over asking. In this atmosphere, there would be no way to control tree cutting and maintain the tree canopy. If a new tree bylaw, as suggested, were to be introduced when there's little competition for properties, residents and perhaps even developers would consider community interest and neighborhood character, rather than looking for a financial bonanza, because there's one. In a hot market, residents and developers behave in somewhat similar fashion. As well, introduction of a new tree bylaw protects the trees of a smaller diameter in a slower market will allow time for residents and developers to inform themselves and allow staff to educate the public and tree cutting companies on the rules governing the new bylaw. A win-win, and while waiting will not maintain the increase of the tree canopy. Mayor and Council, you are not elected as part of a popularity contest. Yours is a more serious role. This should not be a difficult decision. Have the courage to do the right thing, and keep in mind that objections about being told what is to do on one's own property is a specious argument. We live in a community, and as such, we are subject to various bylaw restrictions. We should be an example of what determined and thoughtful municipal policymakers can achieve in the light of global warming. And Mayor, I'd like to hand out to someone, I don't know if this is good, these are photos. And it's a photo presented to the Neighborhood Character Working Group by staff as part of a booklet outlining the terms of reference. I think that you'll find it helpful in proving my point about tree lots in the district. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Marjorie Somerton.
Hello, I'm Marjorie Somerton, and even though I may look like one, I don't think I've hugged a tree recently. I'm more of a bushwhacker since I'm always battling blackberry brambles on my front boulevard, which is a major thorn in my side, especially at tax time. But I'm not here to talk about brambles, I'm here to talk about trees. I'm glad the working group has recommended that a few more endangered native species, like Pacific yews and dogwoods, be protected. I just wish it had been done long before now, and still more need to be added. Did you know that the District of Saanich also protects Douglas firs, grand firs, big leaf maples, and western red cedars that are 30 centimeters in diameter? West Van should do the same. And like Saanich, it would be great if the public could nominate a specimen quality or other significant tree to be protected. As others have already said, a permit should be required to cut, remove, or alter any tree with a diameter of 25 to 30 centimeters. Replacing a tree with a 5-centimeter twig is pointless. To give you a visual, this paper bark maple seedling is 2 centimeters. It will take years to become a tree. It makes sense that West Van has decided to stay away from regulating hedge height, as it's not one size fits all. But of course, the truth of the matter is that the district doesn't want to be lassoed by litigation and liability if hedges started dying all over. I know many people will say, what's all the fuss about? West Van was clear-cut years ago. Well, haven't we learned anything in the last 100 years? David Suzuki's daughter gave a famous speech at a UN Earth Summit over 25 years ago, and young people all over the world continue to implore decision makers to take action against climate change. We will all have to atone to the tree gods, the climate change gods, and to all the generations to come. I applaud those that are willing to take a stand. The time has passed to debate this. Mayor and council must make the hard choices needed now. Please stop deferring. Your job is to get things done. Just think what would happen if every property owner 55 and over, which would pretty much be all of West Van, decided to do the same. Defer. Defer their property taxes because, we need a few more years to study the facts. Sadly, we will all have to adapt to the trees already gone, like the crows. At Still Creek and Burnaby, as more trees came down due to development, crows by the thousands began to roost on the top of buildings. It's quite a sight to see. So hope all the people in houses devoid of trees in West Van won't mind a little crow poop in their hot tub or noisy black-winged guests at their barbecue. May the forest be with you.
Thank you very much. Mary Gamble.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Gamel, 4489 Ross Lane. I would like to make two comments regarding the latest staff report on the interim tree bylaw and make two recommendations. Number one, the interim tree bylaw was passed in March 2016 to address the problem of clear cutting of trees on development lots. Its intention was primarily to protect trees greater than 75 centimetres in diameter. Today, it is generally understood by residents and staff that the problem is still occurring and that the tree canopy continues to be decreasing. The bylaw has not been effective in addressing the problem, and there are in fact very few trees which are greater than 75 centimetres in diameter. Unfortunately, this new staff report has made no changes to improve tree protection on development lots in the near future. Number two, the report recommends an immediate LiDAR study to show the current tree canopy. This is to be repeated in a couple of years to show changes in the canopy. The results will then be analysed and an urban forest management plan implemented. Unfortunately, this will take another 2 or 3 years and most likely longer before any further action takes place. In essence, there will be no improvement in tree protection for at least 2 or 3 years or maybe longer. I would request Council and staff to consider the following two recommendations to bridge the gap until there is more scientific evidence to establish an urban forest management plan. Firstly, immediately update the existing tree bylaw to protect trees with a diameter greater than 20 centimetres on development lots, as practiced by at least 8 municipalities in the Lower Mainland, including Metro Vancouver, Burnaby and Delta. Secondly, immediately proceed with the LiDAR study and compare it to an existing LiDAR study undertaken by Metro Vancouver in 2016. Staff will have evidence to support what is generally believed to be a decreasing tree canopy and proceed without delay to establish an urban forest management plan to protect West Vancouver's trees, one of our most valuable assets. In conclusion, I would like to add that since March 2016, much more is known of the critical issues facing us due to climate change. Trees are invaluable in contributing to our health and that of our environment, and therefore need our protection. And lastly, it is very encouraging one of the mission statements of this Council is to protect, restore, and defend our natural environment, to legislate efforts to effect positive change. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Butler.
Mayor and Council, I'm representing the West Vancouver Housing Association. When this tree issue first came up, we did supply 2 books, one written by West Van, the West Van Tree Book. The other one was from Washington State University, which was extensive research for years and years from scientists from Washington State with the same climate that we have here. They put together a fantastic book. I don't know, have you guys all read it? Show of hands. No? Okay, so we did make it available to all you guys, and we handed it out, so nobody's read it. Basically, in the urban planting book, they're talking about smaller trees. Smaller trees are the ones that are taking the carbon dioxide and turning it to oxygen. It's a healthy environment. The older trees are not providing oxygen. They're shutting down we like them for the shade and all that stuff, but the younger trees are much more important to us for global warming. Nobody's talking about global warming, so we love the big trees, but the younger trees are the ones providing oxygen. We also talked about flooding in the upper properties, the increased water. This isn't so much to do with the trees. We, about 10 or 12 years ago, decided to make the basements much deeper in our housing. So what's happening is we're doing very deep excavations, which has dropped the water table and is flooding the streams. So if you think it's just the trees, it's not. It's really a product of our deep excavations. We're hitting hard pan, we're hitting rock. There is no water storage in the land anymore. And so when we get the big rainfalls, we're just flooding out the streams, the salmon, the eggs, everything in the streams get washed out. So there's more research here than just the big trees. My other concern is we haven't talked about forest fires. West Van has been tinder dry many times and at huge risk of fire. We haven't talked about breaks. I know North Van District has looked into breaks. They've got financing from the province to create breaks. All we worry about is a big canopy, but that canopy without breaks will catch on fire, and once it starts, there's no break. So that's a real concern that we need to talk about. The last one is we live in a blowdown forest. We've talked about that at the big forum that we had last time. We have a lot of dangerous trees out there. With global warming, the cedars are dying. We know that as a fact. And nobody's testing the trees to see if they've got trunk rot. These trees are killers, and we just ignore that part of the conversation in the canopy. But these big trees are right beside people's houses and can kill and crush houses. The last thing I was going to talk about, there was one rule that came up about a tree on the property line. You talked about RS5. We have different size lots. For small lots to have a tree in the middle of two small houses with a setback of 5 feet, all they're going to do is rip up the drainage, they're going to crack the concrete, they're a problem tree. So when you do describe a tree on a property line between two neighbors, you'll have to clarify, is it a big setback, 20, 30 feet, or is it just a small 5-foot setback? Because that is not a healthy tree, and it will end up dying anyways. So those are my points from the Western Housing Association.
Thank you. Nick Sangarakis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Nick Tsangarakis, and I'm a resident of West Vancouver. I live on 17th Street. I also am a member, an ex-member of the working group, and my role in the working group was chairperson. And I'm here today to talk to you in my personal capacity. On April the 29th, there was a delegation in front of you. Alison Commody, who preceded me this evening, was here with some students. And one of the students towards the end of the presentation spoke about her favorite tree. And each of you, in response, then spoke about your favorite tree. And some of these trees reside on public land, and other trees reside on private land. I mention this because I think it is possible to extrapolate this to the rest of our community. And the point I want to make is that in the work that we did with residents, we heard that no one is against trees. Everybody likes trees. They favor them. I would add to this by saying that there is an appetite for tree protection and regulation. So, Councillor Sopovich, this is further to your question. There's data. We, in the work that we did, used multiple inputs, various surveys, 2016 survey, 2018 survey, analysis of survey comments, analysis of letters that had been submitted over the years to Mayor and Council. And the conclusion that we came to was that there's an appetite for tree protection and regulation. I'll just give you the statistic. Our latest survey showed that 55% of the survey respondents said, yes, we favour protection and further regulation. 25% said no. This is in the report that we submitted. So that's a ratio of 2 to 1, of course, protecting regulation and tree protection. Also need to mention and say that our analysis showed that the biggest problem exists on development lots. So this is instructive because I'll come back to it in a moment. Staff's analysis is that our recommendations don't meet the standard and they don't protect trees adequately. Furthermore, they have a hypothesis, and this is in the report that was submitted to you, and that is that we are losing tree canopy. Michelle provides some anecdotal information this evening along the lines of staff receiving very regular telephone calls along these lines. What are their recommendations? Essentially inaction and keeping the interim bylaw in place, which effectively does not protect mature trees. So my concern, in summary, is the indecisiveness, the deferral that previous speakers spoke about, and there was a few more things I wanted to say, but I'll end here because my time is up. I would just urge you, in summary, I was heartened to hear staff say that the tree canopy work, the timeline could potentially be truncated to 6 months. I think that's fabulous news. I would just urge you to please hold staff's feet to the fire, ensure that there's a clear timeline, a specific timeline. We need to expedite this, and that's where I'll stop. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nick, for coming, and again, thank you for your work on the tree bylaw working group. Carol Ann Reynolds.
Good evening. I first of all would like to thank, it's Carol Ann Reynolds, editor of West Van Matters, chair of Heritage West Van. Thank staff and the working group for all the work that they did. That was a lot of work. It took a lot of time. But I hope it won't take you very long to go forward with protecting our trees and our hillsides. I join with those who would like to see the protection of trees above 20 or 25 centimeters. It's 25 centimeters in Vancouver. There's no reason for West Van to make it at 75. We have very few, as other people will tell you, very few trees that are over 75 centimeters. And when people want trees protected, they want the ones around them, not the very few. And if Vancouver, which has no hillside, so it doesn't need that sort of protection, can make it 20 or 25 centimeters, we certainly can when we need that protection against erosion and flooding. I will repeat my constant request for a hydrology study, because we really need to know what trees are protecting and that we make sure we have the capacity to maintain the water on the hillside so that we don't have the soil erosion. And it's so that if we have that, and that we have to, when you develop, you have to maintain that protection, it becomes scientifically decided, not an aesthetic decision, not a financial decision, but a scientific responsibility to your neighbors and the community. I was surprised to hear about the basements that had not come to my attention. But of course, putting in those basements was a very good point that I had not thought of considering, and I think you should, about how that affects the retention of the moisture. Also, I think it would be great if you could work with the neighborhood survey, or the neighborhoods coming up with their own character decisions about how many trees. Some places will want high rises and a view and all this, and as you know, I keep on saying, the view is through the trees or framed by the trees. But the neighborhood, some places will want to be more treed than others. And I think that's why we have the diversity, and we should be able to have that choice. And the other thing is we have house tours, and I know the museum's going to have a house tour this summer, and that's always a heritage house tour is great. It just occurred to me, maybe we can have a heritage tree tour and take a look at the trees, because there is a heritage tree list, and I've even had people write to me and say, would you please protect my such and such tree? And I've had to look it up to find out what sort of tree it is. So I hope you will go forward as fast as you can, as quickly as you can, about protecting the trees for our community. And I like the saying from Marjorie Somerset, may the forest be with you. But I want you to be able to peek through.
Ron Osterman. Ron Osterman.
My speech isn't as well prepared. I want to say that I attended quite a few of the working group meetings, and I thought that it was very well balanced and very well thought through, and I think kind of very fair. I think they looked at the whole, it was very holistic, so I thought that that was a very good thing. One of the things that I noticed was they did all these questions for the neighbors, and they asked, all those questions, and Nick had actually put it on the board and sort of broke down, for and against. So many percentage were for and so many were against. And we kind of summarized it at the time that it was almost half and half, but it was, like Nick said, 55%. And I didn't remember the 25%, I thought it was 45%. But then I asked the question, how many people responded? So this is responses to internet and also all the working group, I forget what they call them, but they went through the community and asked people. There was only 400 total responses. So out of that, roughly 200 were against. Very passionate 200 people were against tree removal, but there's over 40,000 people that live in West Vancouver. So really, as far as a democracy, it doesn't make much sense to have 200 people, very passionate people, dictate what the rest of 44,000 plus people can do. The other thing is, trees grow fast here. And if they're unchecked, it will very quickly turn into a forest. We all know that we have to weed our gardens, we have to prune everything, otherwise it goes overgrown. So I think, we're pruning now. I think maintaining, if we want to keep to that same level, is fine. But I think we got to be careful to not allow any tree cutting. We talked about safety, how many people die every year. I love trees. They're great in a forest, but big trees don't belong near houses for a lot of reasons, safety being a big one of them. Health and liability. Think of all the forest fires that are going through the province every year. One of those forest fires is way bigger than West Van District. And someone mentioned that it actually can cause a fire because it'll jump from tree to tree to tree. But my point is, if we're worried about CO2 emissions, one little tree here or there isn't going to save our planet. I have a lot more to say, but anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not exactly clear or in agreement with the comment about how many people responded. I was on the tree bylaw working group. Just looking at the survey results, we had well over 1,000 people ultimately that responses were collated. So it was pretty comprehensive investigation.
So 500 were for 500?
Well, you can look at the report, but just that there were 1,000 responses to surveys, yeah. All right. Stuart Klein.
Madam Mayor, I heard the presentation of the gentleman who first spoke to you.
Would you like to come up to the mic, sir?
I don't want to take your time.
You signed up?
Yeah, I did, but I've listened to all sorts of responses. But the first response, the gentleman that spoke to the council, I agree with him 100%. And rather than take the council's time, I just have that to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Lucinda Jones.
I'm going to agree with that gentleman who agreed with the other gentleman and speak at the end of the council meeting in the period of time when we can pose questions, because I signed for 2 different places.
You
and maybe
did.
that's not allowed.
Yeah, no, you're allowed to.
Oh, you're
Just
allowed.
Make sure I make a note of that. Thank you very much. All right, are there any other, I think I've caught everyone, but if I missed you, it was only, come on up then. Thank you, because we've got a lot of speakers on the other item as well, so just trying to weed through them. But yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Patricia Lepp. I live at 2962 Roseberry Avenue, and I'd like to read a poem. I am fat, I am thin, I am young, I am old. I keep you warm in the winter cold when I let the sun shine in. I keep you cool in the summer with my canopy, relax and lie down under me. I collect carbon from the air, and with the help of the sun, I give you oxygen to breathe, enough for everyone. I capture rainforest rain and let it slow sink and spread and filter out the toxins so that the salmon aren't dead. I work as a team to block the winds from the west. This is when I am put to the test and do my best. Bald eagle likes to perch at the top of me for the very best view of the open sea, and owls in the middle sleep away the day so they can hunt quietly at night for their prey. At the bottom, children play hide and seek. 1, 2, 3, don't peek. Birds, children, and tree in harmony sing one song, sustainability. Give me a hug all around. I'm an unprotected tree, you see, before you cut me down to the ground. If I had one wish, what would it be? Please take better care of me. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item, the tree bylaw? Anyone else? Anyone outside that wishes to speak? Okay, so I will move to the motion, and that will be Councillor Gambioli.
So I will recommend
Councillor Cameron says
the first motion. I'll recommend that the report dated May 6th, 2019, regarding the interim tree bylaw working group's final recommendations be received for information.
Second.
All right, anyone want to speak to this item? No? All right, all in favor? Opposed, carried.
And secondly, that the interim tree bylaw working group report to council final report, June 26, 2018, be posted to the interim tree bylaw working group page on the District of West Vancouver website.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that item? All in favor? Opposed, carried.
And that proposed interim tree bylaw number 4892, 2016, amendment bylaw number 5023, 2019 be read a first, second, and third time.
Is anyone going to second that one? Okay. Seeing no seconders for that, we'll move.
I will bring a motion,
All
Madam
right.
Mayor. I'd like to bring an amended motion of the one brought by staff. And the problem is that my amendment needs to be read in conjunction with staff's recommendation. But the basic parameters are as follows on the screen. That it's staff's recommendation with the following changes. One, protect existing trees over 35 centimeters DBH. Require replacement trees when hazardous trees are removed. Require replacement trees when protected trees are removed. And then allow every homeowner by permit to remove one protected tree over 35 centimeters DBH every 3 years in Ambleside and Dundrave, one protected tree over 35 centimeters DBH per year in the rest of West Vancouver, and a reasonable number of trees over 35 centimeters DBH per year for multifamily developments. And that staff bring proposed interim tree bylaw number 4982, 2016 amendment bylaw number 5023, 2019 forward for Council's consideration as modified.
Do we have a seconder?
So I'll just speak briefly to this, Madam Mayor, and I just want to apologize. I might be speaking a little more extensively than I normally would, but I think it's important to, that's a bad news for everyone. First of all, I want to thank the members of the working group for all the work they've put in on this file. There was a great deal of time and effort, a great deal of care that was put forward by the working group members, and I've sat on working groups, the Upper Lands Working Group, for 3 years, and I know how difficult it is and how much time is put in. And and I also want to thank staff. I think it would be remiss to not thank staff, the liaisons to the working group, but also staff who have taken the working group's recommendations and tried to fashion something that they think meets the community's needs. And so we have two sort of competing proposals, and it's reflective of the fact that this is not an easy issue. There's no easy answer. There's many variables, and I think each of us on council feel an obligation to make an independent judgment of what we think is best in the community's interests. So what the working group recommendations had some things that concerned me. I guess most basically that I felt like the working group's recommendations would allow for trees to be cut relatively indiscriminately and would not protect against the loss or the maintenance of the tree canopy in West Vancouver. And as several people said, the maintenance of the tree canopy we have now is really the overall objective. That's the first thing I think we need to sort of focus on, that I think we all feel, or there's a general consensus in the community, that the tree cover we have now is to be maintained. I think the second point is that trees are valued for all the reasons articulated, but we also want, as homeowners, to have an ability to manage our property and our affairs. So there's a tension in this area, and certainly with any tree bylaw. I think the third thing I want to say is most residents are sensible and sensitive and don't need really to be regulated. What we're dealing with here are the harder cases. We're dealing with some residents who are insensitive or unreasonable, and some developers who are not good developers. There's plenty of good ones. There's some that don't give a fig about the neighborhood or their impact on the community. And those are the people we want to target. And that's the biggest issue we're trying to address here is development that's done insensitively. So I felt like the working group recommendations of minimum tree numbers was too weak, because ultimately you could go below the minimum tree number, and even if you kept the minimum, you could have five centimeter DBH trees, which are, you could go down to Garden Works right now and pick them up for about, $100 each, and it just really, those aren't trees, those are saplings, they're proto trees. So the notion that self-reporting was going to be a big part of that solution, unfortunately, I think that only catches people who are going to follow the rules. And again, those are the people, not the people we need to target with any tree bylaw, because the people who are going to self-report are not the people who are going to cut down more trees than is reasonable in most cases. The notion that would target development lots is attractive when you think about it, but all that would happen if we did that is that before Mrs. Smith sold her house to a developer, the developer would secure in the deal that Mrs. Smith cut down all the trees on her lot before the deal closes. So what would end up happening in that situation is Mrs. Smith would get advice, cut down as many trees on your lot as you can before you put it on the market even, and we'd end up giving more deforestation rather than less. And it's also staff intensive. So that's why the working group recommendations, I can't support all of them. The staff recommendations also have flaws in my view. They only protect very large trees. When we set the 75 centimeter threshold 3 years ago now, we never considered it to be sufficient or something that should be maintained. And we realized it only covered some of the biggest trees. It doesn't prevent indiscriminate clear cutting because the vast majority of trees in the community are below 75 centimeters. And I hear what Mr. Bailey is saying today about expediting the process, but further delay after already 3 years of delay isn't acceptable. And, tree bylaws are a particular kind of situation. A tree can live for 200-300 years, but it can only be cut down once. So if we protect trees in the interim before the next LIDAR survey is concluded, if we protect trees for the next couple of years, more trees, they can always be cut down after that if that's what the community decides. But if the community decides after 2 years to restrict the tree bylaw and restrict cutting, it'll be too late for those trees that have been harvested. So I feel like the amended motion that I put forward with Councillor Lambert protects a great many more trees in the community, but also balances the ability of homeowners to remove trees, one tree for every 3 years in Ambleside and Dunderave, recognizing that the tree canopy there is very different than the rest of West Vancouver. And the idea is we need to grow some of the tree canopy in Ambleside and Dunderave. And in the rest of West Vancouver, I think a tree per year at the owner's discretion is something we should allow homeowners to do for their own reasons. And I think in the vast, vast majority of cases, they'll be reasonable. And the final bullet here, when I'm talking about multifamily developments, I'm talking about places like Deer Ridge and Stonecliff, which have on their property thousands of trees. If they want to maintain those trees, it seems silly to say, well, you can take out one tree per year out of those thousands. So we need to come up with some sort of flexible and reasonable arrangement for them so they can maintain their forests and yet make sure there's a tree cover is maintained. So that's my pitch. The only other thing I'll say is that on the hedge height issue, I think there is, again, a balance there between privacy on one side and shading and everything on the other. I can't see personally any reason why we would allow hedges higher than the houses that we allow on the same lot. I just don't think there's any case to be made for that. So I would put a hedge height at the very minimum, hedge height limit at the height of the peak of the house on the lot, and that's more than 4.5 meters, Mr. Bailey. But I just don't see how we can. I've seen some hedges near my in-laws they have to be 60, 80 feet high, cedar hedges. They're basically trees, and I don't think that's reasonable. So that's my pitch. I recognize that this won't satisfy everyone, but I do note that tonight we heard almost exclusively from people who are in favor, and in emails we've heard from people who are in favor of stricter regulations, and I think that that says to me that maybe we've tilted the balance a little bit too far towards laissez-faire and not protecting trees. So I'm trying to find a balance that's a little more protective, at least for the next interim period until we have more hard data that we can revisit the decision and see if it's sufficient.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. And the seconder was Councillor Lambert.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can certainly support the amended motion. I personally would have preferred a lower protected size consistent with that of many other municipalities, including Vancouver, Richmond, Burnaby, Coquitlam, and Delta, all have a minimum protected tree size of 20 centimeters. But, you know, with the understanding that that we don't have the data, but we will have data within the next 6 months or so, we can revisit, and I fully expect that we could revisit that number and get it right so it achieves the objective of maintaining the canopy at about the present state that we have it. And I think that's all I have to say on that.
All right, thank you. Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Cameron, I was wondering if you were referring to only to those lots that were going to be developed over the next 3 years until we finish the survey?
No, Councillor Soprovich, this would, I believe this would apply to any private property in West Vancouver, and the reason is that problem of pre-cutting that'll happen, because people, before they put their lot on the market or before the title changes, the original owner will just cut down the trees at the request of a builder. So you'll never be able to accurately define what a development lot is, because people will just monkey with the system and it'll create unintended consequences, in my view.
Okay.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Thank you for that. Well, based on, first off, I want to commend the working group on the incredible interim tree working group display here. I think it was an incredible amount of work that you've done over the time, and I always encourage those individuals who are citizens that put in all that effort and have a meaningful desire to commit change in this community for the better. So I congratulate you all on that. I do support Councillor Cameron's motion on the basis that I personally, over the years, have seen too many clear-cut lots that left me kind of having to answer to people who were distraught about losing trees in front of them or beside them. It was quite a common occurrence. When you look at central Ambleside right now, it's unbelievable what happened in 2011 or thereabouts. All the houses, the changes that went on, it just left trees disappeared. Now, on the other side, I've been out in the boat recently to look at Ambleside or West Vancouver from the water, and all you can see are trees. So I think we need a little protection going through this next little interim. I'm back to you on the question whether you think in allowing all the changes there every 3 years and making that decision now when we're going to see some formal change after the survey is done, do you think that's appropriate at this point in time?
Well, I've heard from a lot of homeowners who say, look, I have a house, I love the trees, I take a lot of care of my garden, but there's one tree that's causing a great deal of problems for me. And I'd like to take that tree out. And you go to their house, and it's beautifully done, and it seems unreasonable to not allow homeowners, the reasonable homeowner, to manage their property as they see fit. The thing is, if you allow one tree per year or one tree per 3 years in Ambleside and Dunderave, the people who want to act in an extreme fashion, it's not going to aid those, or the insensitive developers, it's not going to aid those people, because they want to do it all at once. They don't want to wait 10 years to cut down 10 trees. So I feel like, Councillor Soprovich, I'm responding to those people who've contacted me and saying, look, I'm in support of a tree bylaw, but you've also got to let me have some flexibility in how I manage my property. So it's trying to find that middle ground, and I don't purport to say that it's perfect. It's just the best that I could come up with.
And certainly you can't legislate taste, I understand that, but I don't get excited by designer trees and designer landscape. Something to me always left me with that wonderful feeling of your own yard, your own trees, the work you did in it, and it became a magical thing on the weekend to sit down with your wife and have a cup of tea in the afternoon and say, isn't this a marvelous place we live in? And, you know, that's everybody's dream in this community. And the quality of neighborhood is extremely vital in our views, I think, and certainly when this first came out that we were going to do a tree bylaw on private property, I kind of, my fur went up in the back of my neck, I'll tell you, and there was no success for a long time, and here we are. So I think this is reasonable for a period of time. I congratulate the working group and certainly comments from Mr. Bailey, and I think you did a marvelous job in sort of laying it out. This will be carrying on, and I hope that the work that's been done in other communities, like Seattle has done a tremendous job, that they're going to see that there is great coverage in a lot of areas. And we'll go from there. As far as the builders, I do believe also that when one is building a house, they have some rights to at least be able to go into the property and move some machinery around to cut the footprint of the house. But you know, in the final analysis with the trees and everything else that we would have going, I would hope that we'll have something concrete to say to people that, look, neighbors, you're now going to have a protection that we have never seen before, and not see disruption like we've had in the past as far as what we saw on Ambleside. I think it's important that we move along in this direction.
Thank you, Councillor Soprovich. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Cameron, I just had a few questions and then some subsequent comments. I was wondering...
Oh, sorry. Mr. Bailey wanted to make a comment first, and that's my mistake. I'm trying to do about 8 things at the same time.
Sure.
Sure, Madam Mayor, this is more a clarifying question, and certainly appreciate, if this is Council's will, staff are happy to bring this back. One question that staff would have is, and perhaps Councillor Cameron, you could clarify this, where it says protect existing trees over 35 centimeters DBH. That the first bullet point there. My assumption is that you are referring to trees on private property, and that trees within the permitted building envelope would be exempt from this requirement. Okay, yes. That's really clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Oh, yes, continue. Thank you.
We'll build on you.
So, Councillor Cameron, can you just confirm for me, reading these 2 points here, how does that fit into the context of the otherwise previously proposed amendments? Do they fit right in, or do they supplant them completely? So
I would just want these amendments to amend the bylaw, only those portions of the bylaw that they directly refer to, and all the other portions of the bylaw, in the sense, or of the proposal that Mr. Bailey's put forward, his team has put forward, to be maintained. So when the protected trees, the threshold set at 75 centimeters in the bylaw, it would be reduced to 35. Whereas the bylaw says you don't have to plant a replacement tree when you remove a hazardous tree. You now would, and then it would add a sort of a separate section allowing homeowners to take down 1 or more trees per year, or tree per year every 3 years, as is articulated in the 4th bullet. So that would be an additional section that would have to be added.
Okay, so it would be helpful if it was sort of in this, if we could somehow collate it, because it's very piecemeal. So I'm just trying to get a full-scale view of what exactly we're trying to decide upon. And then I guess a question perhaps to you and/or to Mr. Bailey. In your report, you say that the previously proposed amendments will expand the list of protected trees to apply to other species such as Pacific yew, Pacific dogwood, and yellow cedar, so that the DBH will be 10 centimeters instead of 20. I don't see that in the rest of the bylaw amendments. Is it somewhere else, or is that somehow not captured, or is a question mark? And so that's what I'm trying to figure out, where they are and how it relates to what Councillor Cameron is saying, because as his amendments, or his motion currently reads, it's 35 plus, regardless of these special species.
No, that's not the intent. The intent is the special species are regulated as a special category, and this refers to all other trees.
And sure, to the question through the mayor to Councillor Wong about the diameter breast height for the protected species, the reduction from the existing in the bylaw now at 20 to 10 is out of the working group's final report.
But they're not reflected, as far as I can tell, in the document here, hence why I'm asking the question. Or unless I have...
In the amendment bylaw?
Yeah, because I've read them a bunch of times, and so I could have missed it by mistake, but I don't actually see them here, so I'm just curious where they are.
Madam Mayor, we'll review that and bring that back with the amended bylaw if that's council's desire. The intent is that they are in that bylaw, and we'll
Sure. And then, sorry, so bear with me, sorry. With respect to your bullet there, one protected tree over 35 centimeters in the rest of West Vancouver, it doesn't speak to parts of West Vancouver, for example, above the highway where there are few trees. I think of, say, Whitby, along Chippendale there, where there are not as many trees, but that are therefore not captured in Ambleside Dundrave, which I understand is the spirit of your motion. So is there consideration to perhaps refine these geographic locations to include these sort of more sensitive areas? Because yes, I agree with you, Ambleside Dundrave, perhaps doesn't have as many trees as it used to, but other parts of West Van does. But then there are also other parts of West Van that are falling into this gray area captured in neither. And then lastly, your last sub-bullet there says a reasonable number of trees over 35 centimeters for multi-family developments. It's a bit ambiguous to me in terms of geography. Like, is it limited, once again, to geography in West Vancouver? And what is a reasonable number? Reasonable number to one person could be very different to another person. So I think it leaves perhaps a bit too much wiggle room, given the spirit of your motion.
Absolutely, Councillor Wong, and I take your comments. The reality is we put the original motion on the floor and it wasn't seconded. So I don't want to go forward for the next 3 years with the existing motion. I'm trying to craft a middle ground. There are certainly some ambiguities, but in response to your particular questions, Ambleside and Dundrave are two areas I'm familiar with, and I thought that they deserved particular attention, but I would certainly think it'd be open for discussion about whether other areas could be added to that over time. This isn't, I don't think this is a one-shot deal where we craft a bylaw and it never changes. I think it's going to have to be refined over time when we see what the impacts are. And on the second point, I take your point about there being a reasonable number of trees being somewhat ambiguous. As a lawyer, I'm comfortable with that standard, but it is somewhat ambiguous. And the reason it's ambiguous is because there's so many disparate examples that one size is never going to fit all. So what I was thinking about when I drafted this was Deer Ridge, which has 76 units. Well, it makes little sense to say Deer Ridge can cut one tree every year for all 76 units. But what's reasonable? I don't know, and that's something we would have to look into. But I didn't want to leave it as one protected tree per year for the rest of West Vancouver, and then thereby incorporating places like Deer Ridge and limiting them to one tree per year, and that to me doesn't seem equitable. So what the answer is, I think is going to take a little bit of work, but I certainly don't disagree that it is somewhat ambiguous.
Because, certainly to give you an example, a duplex in a lot could be considered a multifamily development. They could theoretically cut all the trees, or even a house with a coach house. Would that count as a multifamily development? And therefore you could cut all of the trees all at once. We should all build coach houses, right? Then.
Well, I suggest coach houses and duplexes would be treated as single-family homes. But I suggest something like Deer Ridge or some bigger developments would have to be treated with a unique lens. And so I'm open to suggestions if you have any on that regard, how to deal with those properties.
So given where, all your responses, perhaps would it be wiser to come back in 2 weeks with a more refined motion that perhaps addresses these things in further detail and removes the ambiguity for us to discuss on? Certainly the mayor has spoken on the need to not do motions on the fly, which, while I understand where you're going with this in the spirit of your motion, just to, coalesce and gel some of those ideas.
But the motion here directs staff to rejig the motion and to bring it back for council's consideration in its rejigged format. So it will come back with staff's best recommendations of how to implement this into a new motion, and it will be considered anew at that point.
But we're also voting on the first part of this motion, which, so you see when it's perhaps
Yeah,
confusing.
but we're not giving first reading. Staff would be directed to modify proposed interim tree bylaw, means they've taken the bylaw they drafted, they modify it as directed by council, then they bring it forward when they're ready for first
I see
reading.
what you mean.
And then
Sorry,
it gets
my mistake.
discussed
You're right.
anew.
All right, I think that conversation probably should wrap up. Any more questions? Thank you. Councillor Gambioli.
Okay. Well, several things. So the public should know that what you see on the screen has just been proposed. You guys saw it the same time the rest of us saw it, except for Councillor Cameron, or maybe Councillor Lambert. But staff and the rest of us have only seen this 5 minutes ago, okay? So this is a lot to digest, and it's a very big issue, which makes me very nervous because I don't like to do things on the fly in a council meeting. So 2 questions, first of all, and then I have some comments. Is 35 centimeters at all a scientific approach to this?
No.
Well, are you asking a rhetorical question? Because is 75 centimeters a scientific approach?
No, but that's not my
20
question.
centimeters?
My question
the point
is your
what-
number
for
a
sure.
scientific approach?
My intent is that 75 centimeters was not sufficient, and because nobody seconded the original motion, we either are stuck with 75 centimeters or we try to do something more ambitious.
Okay.
And that's what
Okay.
I'm trying to do. If you've got
Okay.
a better
Good, so I'll
suggestion,
take that
Councillor
as a
Gambioli, I'm
no.
all ears.
I'll take that as a no. And second question is, so how does this relate to recommendation number 4, which would be the plan for the urban forest management plan? Would the management plan then be in addition to these, this modified tree bylaw?
I would think that further to Councillor Wong's point, very valid point, that the urban forest management plan, and actually Councillor Lambert did ask that that be included, and somehow it didn't find its way in. But it's in the next point. The urban forest management plan would in fact answer the questions of how we define the areas that have stricter or more lax tree bylaws, and it would explore and answer that question that Councillor Wong is saying, so what about the British properties, and what about other areas?
So it would be in addition to the bylaw?
But recognizing
as
that
well.
sort of plan is going to take some time, again, could take a year or
Okay.
2 to develop, so I don't want to leave the state of affairs as it is right now.
Okay, so my comments then are as follows. I haven't had much time to think about this, which I don't like. And what I can say is, in looking at this proposed recommendation, I could live with, even though there is no scientific basis whatsoever for the 35 centimeters, I could live with that for the next 6 months while staff study the LIDAR, etc. I could live with the first 3 bullets, but the number 4 bullet, allowing every homeowner by permit to remove this, that, and the other, I cannot support. So if we were to excise the last bullet with the 3 points, I could support this, but otherwise I can't. So just going back, because I probably won't get another chance given the dynamic of what's going on here, I still think that the best idea for tonight is to go back to the original motion, is to go back to the original bylaw that staff are recommending. And I'll tell you why. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody who has come tonight to speak about this. I'd like to thank those people who wrote to us by email. Everyone has been very reasonable on this issue, and it's a really passionate. People are very passionate about this, but I just really want to thank people for being so reasonable. We've had some very unreasonable people in these council chambers in the last few months and writing us emails and on social media, and the people who have written about this tree bylaw are not those people. So I really appreciate that this conversation has been kept very civil and very wise and scientific and reasonable. So I really want to thank everyone for that. I will point out that our brand new council priorities for 2019-2020, objective number 3.3 is this, and I quote, to manage and protect trees on private land. To manage and protect trees on private land. We, as a Council of Seven, agreed unanimously to that objective for the next 2 years going forward. So that's something really important to remember that hasn't been mentioned by anyone here tonight or by staff or by anyone writing into us, because you probably didn't know about it yet. But I think that's really good news for the public to know that we are all supportive of managing and protecting trees on private land. And I think that staff brought together a great report and are supporting the interim tree bylaw working group's recommendations, especially with respect to the health and ecological value of trees. And I think this is a huge improvement on where we are right now and where we've been for the last 3 years. So I think the proposal by staff is a huge improvement right now. And from what I've heard from staff tonight, that we can get a LiDAR survey done now. We can compare it to a LiDAR survey from 3 years ago. So in fact, we can have results from a LiDAR survey completed in 6 months and have preliminary recommendations in 6 months, not 3 years. A lot of people have been throwing around the number of 3 years, but that's not the case. So I'm a little less concerned about letting this go for another 6 months than I am for 3 years. So I would be supportive, just for staff's information, of a bylaw and a stewardship, an urban forest plan going forward. I'd love to call it a stewardship plan, like they call it in Seattle, instead of a management plan. I don't know why. A stewardship plan sounds better to me. So I would love to see that completed in 6 months, using the 2016 LiDAR to compare as a baseline and adopting a scientific approach, not an approach that just throws out a number. I would like to see more of the working group's recommendations added, if possible. I would like to see coordination with the neighborhood character working group's current work. I would like to see a tree replanting program on district and on private land added to such a plan. I am open, as I've said, to decreasing the size of protected trees down from 75 centimeters, but I don't want to pick a number out of a hat tonight unless it's got a scientific basis. And I am supportive to increasing our budget to protect and manage trees in this municipality. And I would like to hear from other members of council as to whether they agree with that and whether staff should be moving forward on that basis. And finally, I would support a minimum number of trees per lot for new or redevelopment lots in a new plan. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Well, I really appreciate Councillor Cameron's attempt at putting this together on the fly. It actually is quite thoughtful and flexible enough. And I agree with a lot of what's been said around the horseshoe tonight. I believe Councillor Wong and Councillor Gambioli asked most of my questions. So the way I feel about it is I'm not as comfortable going forward without the information, without the canopy study, without the urban forest management plan. As clever as this amendment is, it does leave quite a bit of ambiguity. And not only are neighborhoods unique within West Vancouver, even within neighborhoods, properties are unique. And we just saw in this little roundabout discussion how many questions come up and how many different interpretations can, if it's not done right. So I tend to lean towards leaving it as it is and making a good, solid, working with all the information to make sure we do this right.
Okay, wow. I've been madly writing just because I was the liaison to the working group, and so I feel I do want to make a few comments. I'm listening to all my councillor colleagues on this too, and it really drives home the diversity of opinion, the complexity of this project. But I do echo what Councillor Gambioli has said, in that we really appreciate the thoughtfulness that's gone into this and the reasonableness from the community, and we are listening. And you know, this process started in 2016 when we put an interim bylaw in place, and it's been 3 years, and I think it's done a number of really good things around raising awareness around trees. All of us are now looking at our trees. The world has changed, even in the last few years, around climate change. There's no question, even from when the working group finished their report, I feel that the world has changed, and we know that. So if my comments seem a little bit, they don't have a nice flow, please forgive me, because I just want to make sure that I do cover some of the important points. I do want to acknowledge the working group's work, because I sat with them for 15 months, and many of you attended many of the meetings, and there was a diversity of opinion on that group. And the group was made up of truly representative people from the community. And I think the chair who spoke earlier wrote, 6 of them wrote me emails today, and he highlighted the fact that what we arrived at, or what they arrived at, I'm not part of the group, even though I felt like I was the liaison, was a compromise. And so you know what happens with compromises, they don't necessarily, there's no winners and losers, you know, it's a compromise. So that, I wanted to make that point. I was quite disappointed as well that the minimum number of trees per lot size approach wasn't adopted by staff. Or I hear staff also has a perspective, and it's around resources and implementation. They do know what it takes to implement our bylaws. We don't necessarily see all that behind the work scenes. So I respect both groups, but I know that I saw the work of the working group. I just looked at the data again, over 1,000 people provided, over 1,200 people provided input. This is the second largest survey response after the OCP. So it showed how much, and the analysis that went into each piece of data was unbelievable, just quantifying perspectives, and we had that information. I do tend to agree with Councillor Gambioli, some of my other colleagues, around picking numbers out of the air. When we picked the 75 centimeters, and it was done very quickly. It was, okay, let's just copy North Van for now. It's only an interim bylaw. And I was telling people that as well. So I feel an obligation to actually seriously come up with something based on science, because we did tell people it was an interim measure and we were going to come up with a number. And so I couldn't support staff's recommendation to go forward with that, because that wasn't the promise I made, and it wasn't based on anything except, well, that's what we've been doing and that's convenient. A number of other jurisdictions have, we looked at 30 jurisdictions on the working group, and people take, or communities take approaches that vary from protecting trees based on size and protecting them based on minimum per lot. So there's a real wide variation of approaches, and we looked at them all. And Courtney was an example that followed the one that was recommended by the group. The Seattle tree canopy assessment and policy is quite instructive, and I am going to end up jumping around, but one of the reasons I do feel that we do need the LiDAR, and we all agree on that, and that we should be making a decision based on LiDAR, and there's two parts to this. One is that we actually, even though everyone says our canopy is about right, we really don't know what our canopy is. So that's fundamental. Seattle set a goal, I think, based on best practices of 30%, and they set it back in 2013, and then they actually figured out what their canopy was, and it was 28%. So that tells you, okay, we're below what we want to be, so we're going to work on that. But they also separated their neighborhoods out and figured out where their trees were and where they were light, and I won't bore you with the details of that, but it was a very instructive document, the Seattle, I don't know, maybe someone from the working group sent this to us, I can't remember, but they've also got an urban forest stewardship plan, and it really addresses things like that. We've kind of tried to take a very broad brush for the whole district, and I think that's where the working group came up with their plan around minimum lot size and number of trees, is because it was more flexible depending on your lot size, and it had a lot of merit, that approach, because of the disparity across the district. The main issue that brought us here was the losing of mature trees on development lots. And I do feel like we're kind of punishing the whole classroom for the ill of maybe only one student. You know, we proportionately, you know, most residents were actually doing the right thing. And it was unfortunate that we had this hysterical housing frenzy that caused money to drive every decision that was made around lot development. And now we are left looking at what we've got in this community, and I don't have to go down that path. As I said, different neighborhoods require different treatments. Just making sure, I think I've covered a lot of this already. Hedge heights. This was something I would say, out of all of the things we heard from people when we raised the issue of a tree bylaw was, well, is this going to cover hedge heights? Hedges are definitely a concern, and I'm with Councillor Cameron on this, that, you know, it would be good if we could address that, and maybe it's raising the height requirement, but I don't think it's fair for people just to let their hedges go out of control and not maintain them. It's not fair to their neighbors and because they weren't really planted as trees, they were planted as hedges, and yet they're not maintained that way. I do think we're wise to just give instructions to staff, because this is out of the blue, and we haven't given notice to the community, and so we definitely, this needs to go out in the community. So as I said, I would like to see the data. The concern I have with supporting this interim measure, I have to say, it feels like another interim measure. We're going from one 75 centimeters arbitrary interim measure to another 35 centimeters arbitrary interim measure, and we just don't have the data. And I am very much, this has appeal. It definitely has appeal. I like the flexibility that the councillors have built into this as well as the protection for smaller trees. It does have that appeal. I want to think about the new motion, but I will follow the will of council on this. And if maybe we can take a straw vote on this, but I'm very much torn on putting this in place. Yeah, Councillor Cameron.
With your leave, just because, look, I'm not making any bones about the fact that there's no magic to 35 centimeters versus 20 or 25 or 30, or for that matter 75. But here's the basic problem, and this is a situation where people can criticize 35, but what are they proposing? Here's the deal. With the existing tree bylaw, we protect only trees that are 75 centimeters at breast height. That's that big. There is a vanishingly few number of those trees on properties now, like, what, 1%, less than 1%, 0.5%? I'm not sure, but it's an extremely low number. So what that means in practice is, if someone buys a lot and they want to tear every single tree on the lot down, they can, as long as they leave the tree that's this big, if there is any. And I can drive you by many lots where that's happened. So we've identified the problem as clear cutting of new build lots and indiscriminate clear cutting, and our existing interim tree bylaw does almost nothing to prevent that. Okay? So the working group recommendation also does absolutely nothing to prevent that, because you can cut every single tree on the lot, every single stick, and all you have to do is plant 5 trees that are about that big around. Okay? That's all you have to do. Spend $500 at Garden Works, put them in the back of your pickup truck, and plant them, and you're done. So we've identified the big problem. We all agree the big problem is indiscriminate clear cutting of lots. Our existing bylaw doesn't protect that, and staff are recommending we essentially continue that in this regard. The tree bylaw working group's bylaw doesn't protect that. So I'm not going to stand by, I'm not willing to stand by and say, well, this is too hard, so let's just keep this state of affairs and allow this to continue for the next 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Because that will mean that a bunch of trees come down that I think we should try to save, at least for the interim. So if anybody has any wisdom more than me and they have a number that they feel is quote unquote scientifically justified, bring it up. Otherwise, well, not.
Sorry.
It's a rhetorical question.
Yes, listen. We're in the middle of debate, so we can't take any more comments.
Yeah, we can't take any more comments.
Well, no, I'm sorry. You're gonna. If this motion goes ahead, there's going to be time for input anyway. So, yeah. Thank you.
So the point is that I hear my fellow councillors. I don't disagree that we're picking numbers out, but what I'm trying to do, the mischief that I'm trying to address, is indiscriminate clear cutting of properties. And if you're okay with that happening for the next 6 months to 2 years, then that's fine. If you're not okay with that, let's do something like this, this motion, or let's do something like this. And this will come back in 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whenever staff bring it back, and we can all vote on it for real, and the community can have a say at that point. But I don't want to let indiscriminate clear cutting continue. I'm just not going to do that. When I talk to my kids, they ask me what I'm doing on council, and I don't want to have my name attached to inaction.
All right. Are we ready to call the question then? All in favor of the amendment? We've got 4 votes. 4 in favor. All opposed? 3. So it carries. And I will vote to break the tie with my 1 vote. So thank you. Going on to, so that's not really amendment. It's a standalone motion. I called it amendment, but that was a standalone motion. So we move to the next motion. Yeah.
Okay, so 4th recommendation is that council direct staff to use LiDAR data to establish a tree canopy baseline and prepare an urban forest management plan. And 2, to report back to council regarding the efficacy of the interim tree bylaw in maintaining tree canopy cover and propose policy recommendations for any adjustments to the bylaw as required to maintain canopy cover.
Second.
Okay.
So just a question on that then. So part 2 of that recommendation, we're now saying that that's going to be a 6-month process for a preliminary report?
Madam Mayor, that's correct, approximately.
Thank you.
So we've got a first and a seconder on the main motion. Are there any should I call the question? No, I think Councillor Lambert has an amendment.
Bill seconded.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but if there's an amendment, we go with the amendment first. So just a sec, Bill?
Yeah, sure.
One moment.
Do you have that?
Madam Mayor, I have Councillor Lambert's proposed amendment. I've highlighted the text in yellow that is the proposed amendment relative to the motion that's already on the floor.
So it's very similar to what was originally proposed. The main differences are the emphasis on expediting the urban forest, the UFMP, which we've talked about, and that goes hand in hand, part and parcel with the canopy survey and analysis, and then gives us the opportunity to develop the tree regulations in an expeditious manner. So it's very similar to the original, just a little bit different.
I'll second
The amendment?
amendment.
Okay. Pardon me?
Go for it.
Just one sec here. This is, the motion has been made, firsted and seconded. These are amendments to the motion that's before us. Mr. Panneton, would it be better if we dealt with these individually, or no? They're amendments to the. This is a one-part motion, basically.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So there's the original motion, and
Yeah.
then two members of council have moved and seconded a motion. So it's not necessarily friendly insofar as no
fair
mover or
enough.
seconders accepted it, but we have a mover and seconder. So.
But I believe, I believe the intent is friendly, Madam Mayor. All it's asking for is expedited, and secondly, that it talks about sequencing. Yeah.
Yes. All right, so let's have questions
So-
on the.
So I'm not clear on why Part 3 is separated from what was originally written. And proposed policy recommendations was the original, and what you're saying here is present tree regulations as opposed to policy recommendations.
Well, I think that what will fall out of the urban forest management plan will be some revised regulations. I mean, I think in part of the discussion we were just having, I believe it was you who were mentioning that we're, in terms of the actual size of the trees, that we're just providing another interim measure, another interim bylaw. And in fact, that is true until we finish the canopy survey and we finish the actual urban forest management plan, because that will provide us the details. So then there will be some revised regulations that will come along with that.
Mr. Bailey?
So you're talking, yeah, I'm not clear.
Madam Mayor, staff, I'd just like to ask a clarifying question on this, and I think I appreciate the intent, but when I said that staff could report out in 6 months, I'm saying staff can report out on the LiDAR study in 6 months.
Right.
Staff will not be able to report on the urban forest management plan for a longer time. Now, the way that item 3 is written, it says present tree regulations to council upon completion of the urban forest management plan. I don't think, Councillor Lambert, I don't want to guess at motive, but I don't think, for example, if the LiDAR research comes back and it shows that we really are in trouble with respect to our canopy, I think Council may owe to also reserve the right to direct us to pursue regulations at that point. So I just want to clarify that point. I think that, present tree regulations to council upon completion of the urban forest management plan and or LiDAR study, because the LiDAR study could be very instructive and it could you could draw some very quick inferences from the data and direct us accordingly. So I'm just putting that out there as a clarifying question from staff as we think about how we're going to have to draft these regulations. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Fair enough. I mean, we could take that out of the recommendation, given the way this was. I don't even know exactly who wrote this, but I think it was between Councillor Cameron and myself. And,
So then it goes
Mr.
back to the
Pastor.
original motion, in fact, where staff just agreed that it would be 6 months, expedited to 6 months.
I
Yeah,
don't
is
think
it,
that's
are those amendments really necessary?
So those
Miss
amendments.
Councillor Wong, what did you
Just
want to
leave it alone.
ask
Okay.
or propose?
I actually cannot proceed until Councillor Gambioli has decided whether it's friendly or unfriendly, actually.
Well,
Right, so,
And then I can probably
right, so
chime
the
in.
mover has just agreed that part 3 could be taken out, and I have just,
Yeah, if it makes life easier in the meeting a bit shorter, we can withdraw that amendment and just
Okay.
go with the original.
Yeah, I don't, thank you, Councillor Lambert, because I actually don't think they really add anything to I think they complicate matters. So we're getting rid of, so there is no, so you're withdrawing your amendment?
Yes.
All right, fine, so we're going back to the main motion then.
Can I?
I got the light going here.
I think Councillor Wong wants to make an amendment.
Well, considering that Councillor Lambert's motion is now being withdrawn, perhaps I can clarify some of the language that might help. But I believe all of us are saying with all those things. And so the part that says proposed policy recommendations for any adjustments to the bylaw as required to maintain canopy cover should probably refer to a new bylaw, right? Essentially, we will be rescinding the interim bylaw and coming out with a permanent tree bylaw, correct? Based on the data of the LIDAR and the urban forest management plan. And so perhaps that will provide my colleagues with some clarity as to what this motion is trying to achieve. Mr. Bailey?
Mr. Bailey?
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure I entirely understand the intent or direction of that question. I mean, I think that the motion as drafted, yes, it would be a new bylaw, but I think that the motion as drafted covers that. You know, it's that we would be adjusting, I think you're referring to the last line, adjustments to the bylaw, I think, you know, to a new bylaw. I think that's what you're...
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I think
because we're essentially, we will be rescinding
Sure.
the interim bylaw
Yep.
and making a new bylaw that will be permanent,
Sure.
as it were.
No, so, you know, if that, I'll look to Mr. Panneton. I think I would advise Mayor and Council that that's a friendly amendment, that for any adjustments to the new bylaw as required to maintain canopy cover.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make those changes as long as the mover and seconder, Councillors Gambioli and
Councillor
Sopovich,
Gambioli,
accept
back to
them
you.
as a friendly amendment.
Thank you, you're very kind.
All right, are you able to just put the new language on here just so we know what we're voting on?
Madam Mayor, through you to council, my understanding is that I was just adding the word new in front of bylaw,
Oh, okay.
which I've done
Thank you.
as
All
shown.
right.
Thank you.
Well, actually, Mr. Panneton, it's not adjustments to the bylaw because it's a whole new bylaw altogether, correct? Proposed policy recommendations for a new bylaw as required to maintain canopy cover.
Done, Madam Mayor.
All right. Is council clear then?
As well.
Is staff clear?
Yep.
That's, you've got to work with this. All right, so all in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Sopovich, my apologies.
I only want to make a comment.
Yeah.
And that is, there's a rush to judgment to a certain degree. You know that Seattle passed theirs in 2013, and they expect a 30% tree canopy by 2037. It's going to be a long time before we get a canopy that's going to make a difference in this community. The fact is that you out there will participate and have the desire to look at different species and be educated and want to plant trees in the future on your property. And that, to me, is the best part of what's happening here. So, well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Call the question.
Thank you for highlighting that point from the Seattle study, because that actually, I wrote that down as well, and it is important. So, all right, now can I call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next recommendation.
okay, hopefully we can whip these last two off. Okay, recommendation that council direct staff to update the district's fees and charges bylaw to add a fee for a tree removal permit for protected trees on private property.
Second.
Okay, any questions? All in favor? Oh, Councillor Wong?
Your Worship, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Panneton, because we did not pass the previous proposed amendment, this is not actually now captured in anything?
Madam Mayor, prior to this meeting and in anticipation of some potential changes to the recommendations, I did consult with planning staff, and they advised that this resolution could still stand on its own even if first, second, and third reading was not given.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
And that council directs staff to prepare educational guidelines for tree protection and management on private property based on interim tree bylaw working group recommendations.
Second.
Did you want to speak to that?
I'll speak super briefly and just say I think this is a key part of this, is that we need to make sure that we're planting species that can survive both in this climate, but also in a suburban environment and around houses. And I think that the choice of trees that we're planting going forward is going to be key in avoiding conflicts between those who want to preserve trees and those who want to preserve light and views. And I think that's part of a key part of the solution. So I definitely urge staff to bring that forward and emphasize it.
Yeah, and I just want to add to Councillor Cameron's comments, especially around the hedge heights. You know, maybe we're not at the point of a bylaw, but I do think we have to be more directive and more clear. We are, you know, we're a changing community, and this was, I would say, one of the top comments that we heard. Other than the substantive part of the tree bylaw, it was around hedges. People were very interested in the tree bylaw because they were like, is this going to address hedges? So I do think we've got to respect that and try to move this discussion forward. Thank you. All right, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much for that. You can we just take a 5-minute recess to washroom breaks, water breaks, and then we'll start at our next. And thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll be reconvening in just a moment. Thank you.
Let's call this meeting back to order and move on to Tantalus Gardens. Item number 5. Councillor Gambioli.
So just to tell everyone, for the first time in 7.5 years, it's my turn to recuse myself from an issue. I happen to own property across the street from this location, so it could be seen as a perceived conflict of interest. So as a result, I'm going to go put my feet up in the back, and someone can call me when this is all over.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll get staff to report.
So, Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce Lisa Berg, Senior Planner, and she'll provide a brief PowerPoint presentation on the Tantalus Gardens proposal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Tantalus Gardens proposal is made up of 4 separate properties. The 2 lots that make up 6404 Wellington Avenue, and that would be on the west part of the site, shown here on the map, are zoned for place of worship. And the 2 lots on Nelson Avenue, on the east part of the site, are zoned for residential uses. Under existing zoning, the site could be developed with up to 3 residential units ranging in size from just over 2,000 square feet to just about 2,700 square feet, plus exempted areas such as basements and garages. The remaining portion of the place of worship zone land could be developed with a church and a private residence or left vacant. Alternatively, 2 single-family dwellings could be constructed on the 2 residential lots, and a church of up to 10,250 square feet and 45 feet high with a private residence could be constructed along with associated parking. And here we have a model of the proposed development. It is comprised of 14 units of 6 single-family dwellings and 4 duplexes. Access to the site is from Roseberry Avenue, which is this street shown on the bottom, into an underground parkade about midpoint of the site. It would contain 21 parking spaces for residents and visitors. Public realm additions include pedestrian connections through and around the site, new sidewalks on all frontages, and extensive landscaping. To round out that proposal, 33% site coverage and a floor area ratio of 0.65 are proposed. Here we have a slide that briefly summarizes the applicable OCP policies that guide consideration of this policy, of this proposal. And the policies are 2.1.4 and 2.1.6. The objective of policy 2.1.4 is to increase missing middle housing options by creating ground-oriented developments on appropriate sites along the Marine Drive Transit Corridor. The objective of policy 2.1.6 is to prioritize community use and/or housing objectives when considering development proposals that involve public assembly or community use zone lands, and the proposal complies with these OCP objectives. The applicant has held 2 information meetings on this proposal. As per Council's early public consultation policy, the first meeting was hosted prior to the applicant submitting a formal proposal to obtain initial community feedback. After a rezoning application was made, the applicant held a second public meeting in April. Both meetings were well attended, and summaries of the meeting were produced by the applicant and are included in your application booklet and are posted online. At both meetings, it was generally heard that the surrounding neighborhood is opposed to the proposal and remain opposed to any development beyond that of single-family dwellings and public assembly use, particularly at 6404 Wellington. Concerns are focused on the threat to neighborhood character, privacy to adjacent homes, traffic, and the loss of the public assembly zoning. Although the public generally voiced opposition to the proposal at the meetings, comments of support have been received. While local support is limited, broader support has been indicated. Those that do support the proposal acknowledge that keeping the church purposes is not financially feasible, and the proposal could fulfill a needed housing form. As part of the review of this proposal, it was considered by the Design Review Committee in March of this year, and the committee recommended a resubmission initially to clarify site context and provide some other details about the project so that it could give it a full evaluation. The applicant responded and presented the additional information to the committee in April. The committee went on to recommend support for the proposal and asked the applicant to make some minor modifications to its landscape plan, such as increasing sizes of trees and making adjustments to other plantings. The applicant was required to commission a transportation and parking study for the development proposal, and it found that traffic generated by the proposal expected to be insignificant. This data was done during the observation of the site as part of the transportation study, and found that 11 vehicle trips would be expected in the morning, 14 in the peak afternoon, and they arrive at the conclusion that it would be insignificant when comparing this to other uses that could be constructed on the site under existing zoning, such as public assembly uses, including daycare use and other uses like that could generate up to 50 trips per hour, whereas community service groups such as churches and meetings on the evenings and weekends could be expected to generate up to 25 vehicle trips per hour. And then the parking study also went on to do a parking analysis, and it did outline that formalized parking along Roseberry and Wellington Avenue would be considered. A broader parking analysis was undertaken on Wellington Avenue on a typical Saturday. It was done over a 12-hour period on a Saturday, and revealed various availability throughout the 12-hour study period for parking in the general area. And it concludes that parking on the site is satisfied with the proposed ratio at 1.5 spaces per unit. As for community use associated has been looked at as part of this proposal, we just wanted to note that St. Veronica's operated for 62 years from the subject site and closed in October 2013 and later sold. The site has not been used for public assembly for about approximately 2 years. Nearby the site are 2 publicly owned facilities, the Glen Eagles Community Center and the Golf Club. A staff clarification memo was issued regarding the use of these sites, and they do offer a variety of programs, events, community services, and operate within functional capacity. The rates at our public facilities are competitive, and nonprofits are offered discounts. And of course, the district encourages all residents and groups to use these important public facilities. Presented as part of the development proposal are bylaws serving to amend the official community plan and the zoning bylaw. The official community plan bylaw would place the site within a development permit area, which would control the form and character of the proposal, including landscaping, finishings, and requiring the underground parkade. The proposed zoning bylaw is a site-specific comprehensive development, or CD zone, based on the proposal. It regulates the proposed density, the two-story building height, site coverage, and other building envelope items, and parking as well. And in conclusion of the staff presentation, the staff recommendation is that we support the proposal and that council give first reading to the bylaws and set a public hearing date for July 15th, 2019 at 6 p.m. in council chamber. And I would like to hand you over to the applicant for a presentation on their project.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Peter Nilsson, here from Kuma Properties to present to you Tantalus Gardens.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen Peterson. I'm a registered professional planner, and I'm here to help Peter and Kuma present this proposal to you and respectfully request to be given first reading and sent to a public hearing. As you heard from your planner, Lisa Berg, this is an infill project for 8 duplex homes, 6 modestly sized single-family homes, all over a 21-stall underground parkade. Just a little bit of background about the sale of this public assembly land. As you heard a moment ago, members of the Anglican Parish Church voted to close the parish in October of 2013. The Anglican Diocese had tried for decades to have a viable parish in Horseshoe Bay, but concluded, at least toward the end of their tenure, that the cost wouldn't allow this parish to be self-supported. As a result, they chose to put it on the market. The property was put on the market, and for over 2 years, it didn't receive any offers from any faith-based groups, childcare groups, or community groups, the type of users who would use a public assembly space. So it was at this point that Peter and Kuma thought that perhaps this is ready to be considered for some sensitive infill. Now, I think one thing that's important to consider is that we've been doing a lot of listening to the public over the last 6 months. And one thing that we've been hearing over and over again is a desire to retain public assembly. At least the people who attended in person our meetings made this case. And we thought it was worth touching on what could actually be built under the current zoning. Under the current zoning, a property owner would be permitted to build a 10,800 square foot, 45-foot tall church or place of worship, plus 2 single-family homes with secondary suites. In order to build this 40-foot tall place of worship, the Design Review Committee wouldn't be consulted. There wouldn't be the same design controls as apply to a multifamily development like is being proposed tonight. And no community amenity contributions or development cost charges would be required for said development. So it's our belief that that this site is better suited to a sensitive residential infill project. Again, under current zoning, there's 4 lots, and what could be built without changing any bylaw would be 3 single-family homes with secondary suites and 1 place of worship with a caretaker residence. This does not address the official community plan's target to increase housing diversity by 30% by 2041. This would not address housing attainability for young families. It also would not provide housing options for seniors who want to age in place, and does not address the housing needs as legislated by the official community plan. So again, we believe this site is an ideal location for sensitive residential infill. As your planner noted earlier in her presentation, OCP Policy 2.1.6 discusses places of worship and sites zoned for this use. 2.1.6 states to prioritize community use and or housing objectives when considering redevelopment proposals of institutional, public assembly, or community use sites district-wide that provide an existing community or public use function. Now, by A, providing floor area exemptions to support the continuation, adaptation, expansion, and replacement of the community use. And again, as I showed in an earlier slide, that's an awful lot of, or actually, as I'll show in a moment, in order to make a redevelopment that included public assembly space possible, an awful lot of additional residential space would be required to support it. So I'm just setting up that next point. And then B, considering residential uses that are compatible with the community use and that respond to neighborhood context and character. And we believe what we're proposing tonight is indeed compatible with the neighborhood context and character. Now here's the new public assembly feasibility I alluded to a moment ago. We did an internal study that was verified by a third party, a feasibility study that said, what would we have to build in order to pay for a replacement public assembly space, a replacement St. Monica's? If it was just going to be a market-driven project with no public subsidy, what would that look like? And we found that in order to create 4,300 square feet of public assembly space to replace the existing at St. Monica, we'd have to build 50 residential units, about 60,000 square feet, which would take about 5 stories on this site, over 109 parking stalls in the underground parkade. And so we found that from a market-oriented perspective, replacing the public assembly space on this property didn't make financial sense. And again, we felt that what would be required to do so, in order to pay for replacement space, would be out of context with the surrounding neighborhood character. So again, we're here tonight to propose some sensitive neighborhood residential infill. Now, Lisa earlier was talking about the missing middle and how the official community plan wants to see more row houses, duplexes, and townhouses because West Van is already blessed with a lot of single-family homes as well as high-rise forms, but we don't have that much of this missing middle. So what you see here are 3 examples of the missing middle. And on the far left, we have Tantalus Gardens that we're proposing with a floor area ratio of 0.65. In the middle is a typical townhouse development with a townhouse built over a cantilever garage or a garage, with a floor area ratio of 1.1. Then over on the far right is a 3-story development with a floor area ratio of 1.75 to 2.0. All 3 could be considered part of this missing middle. But you'll notice that Tantalus Gardens comes in at the low end of this density spectrum. And so we believe that this type of development fits well in the transition area between a single-family neighborhood transitioning into a neighborhood such as Horseshoe Bay. There's also similar developments at comparable densities that already exist in the District of West Vancouver that we can look to for inspiration. For example, there's Vincent House that has a floor area ratio of 0.59. There's the Horseshoe Bay Cottages that have an FAR of about 0.5. And of course, there's also Hollyburn Mews that has a floor area ratio of 0.61. So we believe that our development fits right in with this particular scale. A little bit more about Tantalus Gardens and Hollyburn Mews. See that Tantalus Gardens has a FAR of 0.65, Hollyburn Mews 0.61, they're pretty similar. But the site coverage at Tantalus Gardens is only 0.33 and Hollyburn Mews is 0.45. We're getting away with a much lower site coverage number because we're putting the parking underground, unlike Hollyburn Mews. And by putting the parking underground, we can allow for more green space, more trees, more landscaping, and more places for residents to gather and enjoy life on the site. So again, we believe that this type of development that preserves lawns and vegetation is exactly what is required to sensitively infill a single-family neighborhood. Again, back to the official community plan. As you can see from the graphic, it shows that the District of West Vancouver has a great deal of single family, a certain amount of high-rise stock and even low-rise stock, but very little duplexes and townhouses. And So this is what we intend to address with this proposal. OCP Policy 2.1.4 says to increase the missing middle housing options with ground-oriented multifamily on appropriate sites along the Marine Drive transit corridor, which we're doing, by considering proposals for sites adjacent to and across the road from neighborhood hubs, such as schools, like Glen Eagles, places of worship, parks, like Tantalus Park across the street, recreational facilities, again, like Glen Eagles and the community center, local commercial nodes and existing multifamily uses. So again, we believe that this proposal passes that OCP screen. And then B, reviewing designs in relation to site characteristics, like site area configuration and compatibility with neighborhood context and character. And again, we've drawn inspiration from neighborhood character by trying to present a landscape that would be consistent with single family. And again, and ending with considering a range of housing types, including duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, row houses, and townhouses to a maximum of 3 stories. And we're coming in with 25-foot single-family homes and duplexes. So once again, we believe we're meeting OCP policy because we're, as the far left image indicates, we're located on the Marine Drive Transit Corridor. The Design Review Committee supported Tantalus Gardens in creating an alternate housing form, meeting the context and character of the neighborhood. And as the third image shows, it provides the transitional density from the neighborhood center, which has towers, to townhouses, to something like Tantalus Gardens, to single family. It's part of this urban transect from higher density to lower density, exactly as envisioned by the OCP. Just to briefly touch on some details about the project. Again, it's 6 modestly sized single-family homes with 8 duplexes, ranging in size from just over 1,000 square feet to 1,500 square feet plus basements. It's all over 21 secure underground parking stalls, so we can maximize lush green space at grade. And again, the proposed overall height is about 25 feet. And we made some changes to create more pitched roof lines to reduce the sense of massing for neighbors. We've also made some responses based on what we've heard from the community in order to try to make this proposal more acceptable. Again, we redesigned the roof shapes to reduce the sense of massing. We lowered the roof height somewhat. We removed a parkade exit that was initially proposed for Nelson Avenue. There were some who felt that was unsafe, and so we now have just a single access off of Rosebery Avenue. We've also increased the tree and shrub caliper size and changed ornamental grasses to an evergreen variety in response to some feedback. And we also rotated duplexes to face Nelson Avenue, and 2 duplexes rotated to face Wellington Avenue, so then we can have houses fronting on the street in a more neighborly fashion, rather than looking more internally like what you get with some larger townhouse developments. Again, this is a way to try to address the neighborhood character that already exists. This slide shows some setbacks and the building footprints of adjacent homes. I won't get into the stats in detail, but just to say that we are exceeding the minimum setback requirements, particularly where we're close to a neighbor's house. So we're trying to be very respectful to our neighbors. This will also help us with retaining vegetation along a vegetative buffer along the property line. CUMA is also will also use a Locals First program. So CUMA, should this project be approved, CUMA intends to initially open sale of homes to residents or employees and employers on the North Shore before opening up sales to the general public, to try to give an opportunity for West Van folks to get first dibs, if you will. Now, while it is true at our well-attended public information meetings, we did hear a lot of people who spoke in favor of retaining public assembly uses on the site. But there's also a larger context to speak to, because it's very difficult to speak when you're hearing your neighbors speak passionately with a contrary view at these meetings. And we found through our public outreach campaign, where we did mail-outs to more than 1,000 households in Horseshoe Bay, Glen Eagles, White Cliff, and Marine Drive corridor. They were all notified. And we had more than 200 respondents express support for this project. So the support does exist out there, but as I'm sure you appreciate, it's not as easy to mobilize support. And, but we just wanted to show that there is a support for this type of housing in the West Vancouver community. Among the local respondents, of those 200, 80 were local and expressed support for this project, local being West Van people. And lastly, 800 households chose not to respond, which I take as a broad indicator of a lack of opposition, if not a general satisfaction with the proposal. So again, it's supported by the official community plan. It's supported unanimously by the Design Review Committee. It's supported by the District of West Vancouver staff and supported by the majority of our respondents. Now, we received many letters of support. I was going to read a number of them, but I know we've all been sitting around here a long time, so I'm going to spare you having to listen to all of them, but I'm just going to pick a couple for color. Okay. One person said, city development that is comprised of tall towers with one-bedroom condos are building loneliness. The exact opposite is seen in the design of Tantalus Gardens. Another person wrote, I'm a business owner in the Sea to Sky corridor. I employ 225 people, and the number one challenge I have is housing. We need more housing options in denser forms to satisfy the people that want to live in this corridor. Tantalus Gardens is a great example of the kind of project we need. And I'll just cherry pick two more and I'll keep on going. We have a housing crisis on the North Shore, and we need more creative projects like Tantalus that meet our changing housing needs, but also demonstrates unparalleled passion and respect for the community's history and heritage. And the last quote that I'll pick. As a nearby neighbor for the past 17 years of the proposed development site, I studied the details of this application and am impressed by the proposal. Its design is sensitive, forward-thinking, and creative in its problem-solving. So with that, thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Great, thank you. So I have a number of, I guess about 5 sheets. Not all of them are full, and some of them are the tree people, but I'll start winding my way through the speakers list for Tantalus Gardens, starting with Jonathan Lloyd Walker. Oh, yeah. Sorry, questions from council first. Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Bailey, can you please clarify for my understanding that one of the motions on the table is a first reading, and therefore there is a second and third reading? Apologize being a newbie. Can you just sort of explain to me the process that will be theoretically, potentially playing out in front of us? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, tonight staff are asking council to give first reading to the bylaws, and that essentially just introduces the bylaws and then send the bylaws to a public hearing. And the public hearing is the forum by which it's a statutory requirement for official community plan, bylaw amendments and rezoning amendments where the community and public is given an opportunity to speak. Of course, as is practice here, folks are allowed to speak to any agenda item, so folks will also speak to first reading, but the formal thing that I'm asking you to do tonight is give it first reading and then send it for public comment at a public hearing.
So thus some of my colleagues who perhaps may require some more time to chew on the subject will have time to do exactly that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions? All right, then we'll move to the speakers list. Mr. Walker. And then next up is Francis St. Pierre.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for a long evening and for being patient, and we appreciate your time. My name is Jonathan Walker. I am not only a long-term resident of West Vancouver, of Horseshoe Bay specifically. In fact, my driveway on Rosebery faces the church, so I'm probably one of the most directly impacted of the local residents in the community. I would say simply this: you have been given a very detailed proposal by the developers that have laid out a lot of things, including a lot of apparent support from the community and from people in general. I would encourage them to provide you with copies of that support. I would like to know who those people are. You should know who those people are. and I would encourage you to gather that information. I have been speaking to a lot of the people who I live with. They're not just neighbors, they are friends, and there's a lot of concern. There's a lot of concern in the neighborhood about the density of this project, about the degree to which it not only takes away the church, but also takes away what it's mostly been used for in the past few years, which is its community function. There have been community groups that have used it. It has been a focal point for some of the activities in the neighborhood. And the removal of that is questionable to me, and I would like to have at least the thought that some consideration would be given to whether there is a better use for that site that would maintain some of its community focus. Councillor Soprovich said something earlier about the quality of a neighborhood. And I would say, as we've watched the neighborhood change in Horseshoe Bay, there is already increased densification happening. There has been lot subdivision. There's a lot of townhouse build going on down in the village. The village is largely already zoned, I believe, for townhouse. So there is that type of housing that is being built and is available down in the village. I'm worried about the loss of community space. I would like to have some effort made to study whether or not there is a viable plan for how that space could be used to keep it part of the community. Because it brings me to something that Councillor Cameron said when he was talking about trees. He said, if we make a decision now to cut those things down, and then in a few years we realize that things have shifted, the priorities have shifted, we can't bring them back. As we densify Horseshoe Bay, if we remove community space, if we take it out of the equation, we cannot bring it back. This development will do exactly that. And I would argue some of the other points. I don't have time to do it. I know there's other people that are going to be speaking to some of these points. There are parking concerns. There are traffic concerns. There is an arborist report that says that the tree protection plan for that property is going to have most of those trees decimated, taken away. The pictures of that lot with all the beautiful high 60-foot trees that bank around it is not realistic. Those trees don't exist. So there is some concern here about how it's going to change the flavor and the temperament of that neighborhood. I've lived there for a long time. I love the neighborhood, and I'm not objecting to this purely on the basis of NIMBYism. I know that that's a popular term these days. I worry about the loss of community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Francis St. Pierre.
Is it possible to use the projector? Madam Mayor and councillors, I'm Francis St. Pierre. I live in the neighborhood in Horseshoe Bay on Wellington Avenue. I want to talk to you tonight about the April 16 meeting report that's online and that I assume you've all read. I give it a failing grade. I know you're going to be relying on it. It's inaccurate and biased. The report heavily relies on 182 public submissions. That's what really is being reported on. And the problem is that 131 of these submissions were through the Tantalus Garden website. And there is evidence that these were orchestrated. How else would you get 3 waves of responses, which you can see on the little graph? Sorry, it's very small on there. And I have some handouts if you want to see. But how else would you get 3 waves of responses over 2 weeks? 5 messages were on April 26 at exactly, all 5 of them at 11:37 a.m. 2 more at 11:48 a.m. Multiple identical submissions. Submissions from Calgary, Prince George, Kamloops, Nelson. Over 50% of the comments actually have no comment, or they're just a one-liner, generic liner. Could be like one of them, FM emailed us about your project, happy to support. How do you compare that one-to-one with letters that have been carefully researched and hours have been spent to provide feedback? Another point is that on the website, you must click on I support Tantalus Garden before you can actually submit. There is no way to oppose. These numbers are biased and they cannot be trusted. I have all the data here available because it's difficult in a report meeting to actually make sense of what I'm saying. This is all in a spreadsheet, all ordered chronologically, and you can see what's actually happening. And you can see how clustered the responses are. Next, there is growing opposition by local residents. What this leaves us with on these 182 responses is 51 comment sheets and letters. 33 are opposed, and that's from 31 local residents, and 18 are in support from 5 local residents. 3 of the pages in a report list 25 examples of submitted comments. All of them are in support. None are in opposition. Isn't that bias? The project concept is flawed. The pitch, ideal location for seniors, adult children, and young families. The reality is that for seniors and elderly, this is totally inappropriate. It's multi-level units with underground parking, no elevator, surrounded by hills everywhere, no amenities within walking distance, and the nearest hospital is 20 kilometers away.
Mr. St. Pierre, you're wrapping up?
Yes. I have 2 more points to make if you allow me, or I can terminate now.
Just two points. And
yes. There are plenty. These units at $1.5 million are at the same or higher cost than many of the houses in the surrounding area on Nelson. Horseshoe Bay already has many duplexes, triplexes, etc., has been mentioned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if you're interested, I have handouts for you. And I think it's very clear. There are a few additional slides that I wasn't planning to present anyway.
I think in fairness to the rest of the group,
it's
we
okay.
better move along.
I
I
wasn't
noticed
planning.
that we've got an asterisk St. Pierre next, so maybe if she's related to you, can cover some of your points.
And Madam Mayor, just through you to Mr. St. Pierre, if you wish to submit a handout for council's reference, you can hand that to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panneton.
Thank you for staying so late to listen to our concerns. I'll keep it brief, and I think I'd like to speak only to the aging in place. I'm sure you've all had an opportunity to drive by and take a look at the space, and it is very much on a hill. Every way that you turn, there is another hill. My mom lives in White Rock, and she can walk across the street to grocery stores. She can walk along a flat area to get to her community center. So this is not appropriate for aging in place, and it's not appropriate for seniors.
Thank you very much. Trevor Dunn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for listening. I'm actually one of the people that was referred to in the comments earlier. I am a business owner in the Sea to Sky corridor, and I do employ about 260 people this summer. And the number one issue that they have when talking to them is housing, and how are they going to either afford to get into housing or transfer housing because of different needs. And the reality is that we don't need more single-family houses. So This project, in my mind, addresses a lot of the needs that my employees in the corridor have, and I support the project. So, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Kevin Faw.
I'm going to try and read really fast. My name is Kevin Faw. I live on Madrona Crescent, 200 meters from St. Monica's Church. I want to see the site revitalized and to be full of the kind of life and activity that benefits the Horseshoe Bay community and reflects what the people in this neighborhood declare to be valuable to them. To that end, I'm opposed to Tantalus Gardens because at best, the proposal provides merely and arguably housing stock that is diverse, but only in its form and having nothing to do with affordability. A single benefit is simply not good enough to warrant the expense of all the potential benefits the future of this site and this public assembly zoning has provided in the past and would provide into the future. To that end, there are two comments I'd like to make. First is that this site, this church, constitutes a small-scale neighborhood hub-type space that is complementary to, yet distinct from, the Glen Eagles Community Center, and as such, it has a vital role to play in cultivating the health and social well-being of this neighborhood. Two examples are youth programs and recovery groups. Recently, and in fact today, I met with one of the West Van District youth outreach workers who, interestingly, in the previous day of our conversation, was meeting specifically with youth from Horseshoe Bay in an effort to engage and capture their perspective on the future of this neighborhood and the local area plan. This worker was unequivocal about the unique appeal of a place like St. Monica's Church as a gathering and meeting space for youth and youth programming. The descriptions used to articulate what was appealing were phrases like low-key, less modern, a bit gritty, like a basement rec room or living room, casual and cozy, and that these qualities helped to physically provide a sense of safety, belonging, welcoming, and attachment to a space that youth could call their own, the result being a place that enables youth to be open, vulnerable, and receptive to the help and encouragement they sometimes need. In light of the loss of the Ambleside Youth Centre and the absence of any other such place in Horseshoe Bay, this worker was extremely enthusiastic about the possibility of using St. Monica's Church as a youth meeting space. The second example comes via a conversation from last week. I called and spoke with a member of Alcoholics Anonymous and an employee of the Greater Vancouver Intergroup Society who organizes many of the 12-step recovery programs across the GVRD. Similar to the youth space, this person declared that for our members who are in recovery programs, community centers simply do not represent safe places. By contrast, churches, indeed old churches, are the places best suited to enable our members to engage in the restoration of their personal, physical, and emotional well-being. In sum, St. Monica's Church and the site in general have the potential to provide unique social benefits that cannot be ignored and must be a part of what we are evaluating over against the single benefit of mere housing diversity. The second comment I wish to make has to do with the tenor of the meeting summary report filed by Peterson Planning Consulting regarding April 16th Town Hall. In that report, it was stated that, and I quote, one community member who identified himself as working in the development industry expressed interest in purchasing the property. He did not specify any proposed intentions or plans with regard to maintaining the property as a public assembly site, nor did this member follow up after the meeting to communicate his intentions directly with CUMA. This statement is at best inaccurate and at worst misleading, and I suggest indicates a substantial bias that should be accounted for when interpreting the data provided in this document. I was the member referred to. I did not identify as someone working in the development industry. I don't. I did speak of all kinds of intentions and plans with regard to maintaining the property and was especially and specifically advocating that I would preserve the public assembly space. That was the whole point.
Mr. Flower, are you almost done?
I'm almost done. And less than 48 hours after the meeting, an advocate for myself met with Mr. Nielsen directly to discuss the possibility of an offer for me for the 4 lots related to Tantalus Gardens. Subsequently, we made an offer just last week on Wednesday. The offer was dismissed. We received no response, and it was allowed to expire. My time is long over. In sum, the potential of this 70-year-old historic property is unique and vital to the future health of the neighborhood. In the context of an equally historical local area plan for Horseshoe Bay, it is difficult to comprehend that such a property as this would be excluded. I recommend you reject this application, or that at least you amend the local area plan boundary to encompass this property so its potential and purpose can be evaluated in the context it deserves.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. Peter Volkum? Peter?
Thank you. Madam Mayor and the councilors, so my name is Peter Volkum. I'm with Orca Realty. I know Peter in the development for some time, and I thought I would come in and talk on maybe on a little bit of a different matter, because I've been with Orca Realty as the owner and started in West Vancouver. Most of our business is in West Vancouver. And one thing that I'm seeing, and that I think that maybe you guys need to know, or you probably do know, that majority of the neighborhood is is deteriorating, from a sense that the family unit is deteriorating. A lot of people are leaving to the North Shore because there's this big houses, big detached homes, and there really isn't any kids that are really playing. And when I talk to people who are tenants who are relocating here from other parts of the world, believe it or not, they are looking to move towards North Shore, to North Vancouver, because they want to see kids play. And when you look around, when you drive around British properties, when you drive around Ambleside, well, not necessarily Ambleside, Dunderray, but when you drive around British properties, you really don't see kids playing. You don't see any kids. And this is the issue. And I think so. When I saw Peter show me this development, and I said, when people look at a place to live, a place to rent, this is the type of development that I think, number one, rents really quickly in our portfolio, and there's a big demand for this type of property to live. Because you know what? I'm going to open up my doors, and I'm going to let my kids play, and I don't have to worry about somebody getting hit by traffic. And this is the type of thing that right now North Vancouver is doing right. In the lower Third Avenue, there's a townhouse developments that's happening. And so I really think that we all have families and we all have young children, and this is the type of development that I know that a lot of the people who are where they live around this house, of course, are fighting about this. But I think in the end, it's all about the kids. And in the end, I think this will help the community and add more living space for people to use. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tina Burdette, and then Jillian Hunt.
Good evening. As community-elected public servants, I urge Mayor and Council to put the wishes and interests of the actual residents and taxpayers of Horseshoe Bay above those of the developer, his representatives and supporters, and the various real estate associated groups who are desperate to see this financially lucrative high-density project go ahead. However the developer dresses this proposal up, this is a large high-density development for our small neighbourhood. There are only 6 houses on Rosebery at present, so an additional 14 properties on this quiet street is a huge issue. And for a development of this size to go ahead at this speed without the total support of this community is unacceptable. It is we, the actual residents, who will lose this walkable, affordable community space forever, when in actual fact we need more facilities like St. Monica's so that we can connect with each other now and in the future. This community in particular is facing many challenges, with increasing traffic issues due to increasing ferry ridership, increasing populations for sea to sky communities, increasing numbers of tourists visiting our local parks, Squamish and Whistler. Parking is becoming a huge problem on our quiet streets in the summer. We are seeing more vehicle noise and light pollution. For this reason, surely it's sensible to wait and measure the impact an extra 160 units in Horseshoe Bay with the West Bank development, and the extra 300 plus people and their 300 extra cars will have on our lives before considering adding even more housing stock to our community. We only have 2 access routes linking us to the rest of the North Shore, and these are becoming more congested each year, especially in the summer months. Now is not the time to start building on every spare inch of land out here. We will face huge issues in the future if poorly planned, rapidly built large housing projects such as Tantalus Gardens are allowed on our quiet residential single-family zoned streets. We chose to live in Horseshoe Bay despite the long commute time and the lack of facilities for our children, because it's quiet out here and the housing is affordable. My 2,500 square foot single family home on a 6,600 square foot lot is worth 1.5 million. I won't be able to afford to buy one of Peter Nilsson's homes. The housing out here is also low density. Many of our friends also moved here for the same reasons. I therefore fully support the WRA and the Horseshoe Bay Business Association stance and their stable and measured guardianship of our unique community. They are well-respected organisations with incredibly strong community support, and their request for St Monica's to be included in the local area plan is logical and sensible, considering the overwhelming opposition in our community for this development in this location. Please help us protect our community's quiet, low-density character and charm by saying no to rezoning of the St Monica site, and please include the area into the LAP so the whole community will have the time to appropriately discuss, shape and plan our neighbourhood for our families for the future. Thank you. Sorry, it's first time ever.
Thank you. Gillian Hunt. And then on deck is Chris Adchet.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gillian Hunt. I'm a resident of Horseshoe Bay. My concerns come from many of the speakers that have gone before. The survey that was done in the area, I live on Wellington Avenue, I received no such survey. I'm unaware of any such survey. Who is responding? Where are the surveys being distributed? I would have liked an opportunity to have given my input. The walkability score for Wellington Avenue is 45 out of 100. This means the area requires the use of a car. For seniors, not such a good idea, and I can tell you from walking up from Horseshoe Bay with a latte this afternoon, it is certainly not the way you want to push your children up that hill if you have a young family. Also, the development is on a bus route, and it is on a roundabout, which is very precariously driven by many who do not understand the actual rules of the road. And the so-called transportation without walking down into Horseshoe Bay Village is a very, very slow bus along Marine Drive, which will take you 20 minutes just to get 10 feet, and probably 40 minutes to get to Horseshoe Bay. It is not a viable source of transit unless you decide you would like to walk down into Horseshoe Bay to catch the express bus. I do feel that these are the main concerns that I have. I just feel that there are a lot of things we have been subjected in Horseshoe Bay, or I should say serenaded, by blasting, beeping, honking from the 154 residential suites that are going in a major hole in Horseshoe Bay at this point. We have no idea of the impact of that development on the community. The community plan for transportation has still not been worked out, and we are adding another congesting point right at the top of Wellington, which is one of the only 2 exits from that place. The existing, the started development and Sewell's Marina site is already concerning many of the residents. There are many, many questions about that particular development that has still not been solved. Parking has not been solved. traffic flow has not been solved, and yet we are still asking to create more parking problems up above. The parking that they are proposing for, the underground parking, does not cover if there are two people living in a house and they have cars, which they will need living in that location, it does not cover it. Where is the rest of the parking going to come from? It's going to come from Wellington, and it's going to come from our properties, which now we are still struggling for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris Ashid and then Patrick Baker.
My name is Chris Adshead. I've been a resident of Horseshoe Bay since 1982. Madam Mayor, Council, my concern is that this is being brought forward at the same time as the district is working on a local area plan for Horseshoe Bay. This vision for the future of Horseshoe Bay will encompass the style and form of future buildings. As the boundaries for the LAP have not been fully set out yet, and my understanding is that these boundaries might be slightly expanded, then it seems to me that this proposal should wait until after the LAP has been decided upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Baker and then Anne Segrist. Patrick Baker. Maybe Patrick's not here. Anne Segrist. And then after that is Valerie Williams.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. I would just like to add my voice to those who've spoken so well and passionately, either at some of the meetings we've had at Horseshoe Bay or tonight. They speak of plans and opportunities to grow and enhance our community. I've lived in Horseshoe Bay on Wellington Avenue for over 50 years. I've seen a lot of growth and a lot of change and weathered a few storms. But one constant has been the strong sense of community, which has largely been fostered by having a place to meet, a means to connect with each other beyond social media, such as St. Monica's has provided. For me personally, as a senior, St. Monica's is within walking distance, and I would very much appreciate, once again, to be able to walk to meetings and gatherings and connect with people without having to get in my car and drive. And as a local senior looking at this proposed development, there's no way I would downsize to that kind of multi-story building or actually be able to afford to buy one of them. At present, we have a place, St. Monica's, zoned for public assembly to help make practical suggestions and helpful meetings for our community, where many of us who actually live in the area can have a voice. Please pause and consider well, with the sense of vision that you have, before you make decisions regarding this public community. I urge you, please, to keep the public zoning for St. Monica's. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Valerie Williams and then Susie Alexander.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Valerie Williams and I live in Horseshoe Bay. I am a director of the Western Residents Association, known as the WRA. The WRA estimates that through their email membership list and Facebook, they reach over 500 local residents. In addition, the WRA shares posts with the Horseshoe Bay Neighbourhood Facebook This group is only open to Horseshoe Bay residents, and they have a membership of 250 people. I would like to read the letter that the WRA sent to the Mayor and Council dated May the 1st, 2019. Dear Mayor and Council, on behalf of the Western Residents Association, we are respectfully requesting that the proposed Tantalus Gardens development and required zoning change be deferred until the completion of the ongoing Horseshoe Bay Local Area Plan process. As the local area plan is launching and the district is reaching out to the entire community through workshops, meeting community groups, and participating in events such as Taste of the Bay, soliciting for residents' and stakeholders' feedback, we feel it is premature to determine the future of this beloved facility and zoning designation before the process is complete. Proceeding with the development will prejudice in advance of the LAP process the community's ability to have input as to the extent of the LAP boundary and will presuppose land use and restrict a complete picture of community functionality. In the terms of reference presented to Mayor and Council by David Hawkins on March 11, 2019, the LAP boundary is presented by both a map, which the St. Monica's property is not included, but also on page 1 as an area bounded by Wellington Avenue and Marine Drive, which places the property within the boundary. As stated in Council Chamber, when the approval was granted to begin the Horseshoe Bay LAP, the boundary is to be part of the conversation in the LAP process. In addition to the above issues, the proposed development does not provide rental, non-market, or supportive housing as stated in section 2.1.15.b of the official community plan context for West Vancouver. It also immediately alters from the proposed scope of work the ability to pursue identifying public space and amenity opportunities. The OCP document also states that the LAP process wishes to give full consideration to the interrelationship between rezoning applications and the LAP as stated on page 7. In conclusion, the WRA is of the opinion that it is not in the community's best interest to remove public assembly from consideration before the completion of the local area plan process. Respectfully, John Meekerson on behalf of the WRA directors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susie Alexander and then Lisa Russell.
How do you make that? Do you just push the button? Or you just put it there? Okay, thank you. Honorable Mayor and members of Council, my name is Susie Alexander, and I'm a 50-year resident. I work and volunteer in Horseshoe Bay. For 9 months, I've been coming to the Council, Budget, Neighborhood Character, and 2195 Gordon meetings to listen and learn what are the concerns and issues that West Vancouver faces. I know the OCP, and I'm aware that the Council's main goal is to improve the quality of life for its citizens. For my sins, I worked to put on an informative town hall that drew more people than the Beeline one. You were asked to proceed with the local area plan because we face several issues, and one is developers trying to come in and decide what our neighborhood will look like in a patchwork fashion. They seek to maximize perceived profit, and in this case, ask to have new zoning that means that there are no setbacks, no trees, and a concrete parkade in a single-family area, all at the cost of our historic public gathering space that we, as a community, fundraised for and built. I know that you worry that the church will take from Glen Eagles Clubhouse, but as St. Monica's has been effectively closed to the community and the clubhouse did not see a surge in use, it's likely the current pricing of $150 janitor fee plus $165 per hour that's the problem. For comparison, one can rent the Big Welsh Hall at the library for only $60 an hour. A reopened church could hold weddings and memorials, which would increase reception bookings at the clubhouse, and so they could work in concert, not competition. As you will hear, that there are many groups that continue to wish to use St. Monica's that do not feel comfortable in rec center spaces. They specifically want safe, smaller, and more private rentals. I would specifically remind the council that the OCP recognizes that no policy can stand alone, nor can a single-use, community-wide objective be pursued absent consideration of others. Staff has chosen housing, stating that this development provides missing middle housing stock, but it is not missing in Horseshoe Bay. This proposal is vastly overpriced and removes our public assembly space that can provide so many more community-wide objectives, and with the future possibility for small rental density and community gardens on the remaining lots, it could in fact provide all of them. The community has come out twice in large numbers to voice its concern over this proposal and the loss of the church. Most work in our neighborhood or have small children, so this has been challenging and disheartening when their voices are not heard. I ask the council at least choose option 8.2B in the May 7th staff report and defer consideration of this proposed project until the completion of the LAP plan to ensure that the community engagement and input is honored in good faith. As pointed out with the initial approval of the LAP Processing Council and in my first meeting of the LAP Advisory Group, the boundary is as yet not determined and is part of the process. Many in the advisory committee feel the entrance to Horseshoe Bay encompasses the church property, the park, and potentially the school, and wish to consider how all these features interconnects the community to bring about your main objective of the greater quality of life. Please allow the community the chance to help you do just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa Russell.
My name is Lisa Russell. I'm a resident of West Vancouver. I'm also, my husband and I also lead the church that now meets at Glen Eagles Clubhouse that used to meet at St. Monica's for 6 years in residence. So I have a unique opportunity here, but before I go into that, I do need to call out, just as a matter of hilarity, the Soviet-era alternative housing or public assembly buildings that were proposed as an alternative to Tantalus. I was happy to see that they had made it pink instead of communist gray, but I think that we all can see that there's a bit of hilarity in what they were proposing as an alternative. And so I would like to just say that during the course of the 6 years that I was in residence as a church, we had the opportunity to observe, but without opportunity to enact anything because of our agreement with the diocese, the many requests that came forward to use the space. We had multiple requests for weddings, for memorials. We had clubs such as the Cubs and Girl Scouts. We had opportunity or requests even from the West Vancouver district for office space. I fielded many requests over the years that I was there, but unfortunately I did not have an opportunity to let those requests go forward because of the lease agreement, or not even the lease agreement that we had, the month-to-month agreement that we have with the diocese. I also want to highlight the history of the building as a legacy for this community. The history is not just an institutional drop. It is a grassroots movement that started in the 1920s by a group of women, many of which are the matriarchs of Horseshoe Bay, who performed bake sales and garden parties. They brought together that money in and of their own accord to create a public space which has been used now for over 60 years. And I propose that this use is still very viable. And it has not been given the opportunity to be viable in a new context, and the new context being one where the community is given opportunity to use the space, not from just one point of view, that being a single religious institution, but the opportunity for the vested community interests to be brought together and to be presented in that space. I'm a fan of the community. I love it. I love the space we're in at the clubhouse. I really do. But I also see that there is a need in addition to that, which St. Monica's provided wonderfully. It's an intimate space. It's warm. It presents itself well to smaller groups. It has multiple charms that are not derelict. Even though the exterior does appear to be derelict, the interior is actually still vibrant and has a lot going for it. So, I thank you for the opportunity. I know it's late, and I just wanted to put my voice to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sam Lupton, and then Anne-Marie Rideout.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am speaking today in support of the Tantalus project, or at least in support of moving along to a first reading. Our business on the North Shore struggles like many of the businesses on the North Shore in that we, again, can't retain employees. We don't have people who are capable of filling the missing middle of the housing. And certainly we feel as though this project fulfills that very, very important goal. We've been involved with a lot of different development clients, large and small. It's not an uncommon occurrence here on the North Shore, and I deeply empathize with the people here who are opposed to the project. One commonality that we always see, of course, is that the people, especially those directly in the neighborhood, are generally speaking opposed to any development. And it's fair because there is a risk with development. There's also a risk with doing nothing. You do no longer increase your tax base. You no longer can support the community programs. You don't have the opportunity to enhance and enrich the community, especially for those who are entering the community, the young families and the people like that. What I can say is a commonality of all of our clients, and it's often discussed with us when they're trying to hire new staff, is a desire to move to the North Shore, and especially the District of West Vancouver. The housing problems are particularly acute in the District of West Vancouver. And Tantalus Gardens is exactly the kind of mild density type project that should be supported. And that, again, has our support. This is a complex and challenging issue. You guys have a difficult job, but you represent the entire District of West Vancouver, not just the people who live in Horseshoe Bay. And you have very talented and educated staff that you can rely on to conduct their due diligence. So, again, from our perspective, we support the project. We do empathize with those who are opposed to it. But, again, development is occurring, and development in the right way is where we should be focused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Anne-Marie Rideout. And then Natalie White.
Where did she go? Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Just going to refer to some notes. I'm Anne-Marie Rideout, and I have come to this meeting to support the Tantalus Garden project. Peter, the developer, who I know personally, and did grow up in the Horseshoe Bay community. I just wanted to speak to his character and his ethics and vision for the Tantalus Garden project. I'm sure many of you who are within the community have had an opportunity to take a look at the plans. But I do want to point out that his intentions are good and that he is trying to build housing that is in the middle. Peter is a good developer. I heard one of the councillors say earlier that we need good developers, and that's exactly what Peter is. He's when I think of Peter, it's hardworking, capable, ethical. He's a visionary. Thoughtful and caring come to mind as well. He truly does care about the community, and he's trying to create beautiful homes that suit the needs of small to mid-size. And I am listening to other people that are here today, and I can understand and empathize the same as Sam had said about their being with across the street. But these things will come. There will be density happening, and I do believe that this is a project that will stand the test of time in terms of its the way it's being presented. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to speak on behalf of Peter from a personal reference and also of his intentions.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Next is Natalie White, and then Pamela Robbins.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Natalie White. Although I am a North Vancouver resident, I feel I'm an honorary West Vander. I graduated from West Vancouver Secondary School. I worked in West Vancouver. My doctor is in Horseshoe Bay. My chiropractor is in Ambleside. My children do swimming lessons in West Vancouver Rec Center, and so forth. I do this because I love West Vancouver and what it has to offer. When we were looking to buy our first house, I wanted to buy in West Vancouver. However, we were simply not able to afford to live here. There were just not enough middle-income directed houses available. I believe that Tantalus Gardens has developed a very thoughtful, community-focused solution to the middle-income household. Tantalus Gardens will bring more families and young professionals. It will foster and strengthen businesses in the area. It will increase local schools, the enrollment of local schools, and it will cultivate a diverse and enduring Horseshoe Bay community. I support this project 100%. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Pamela Robbins, and then Kelly Gers.
Mayor, excuse me. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Pamela Robbins, and I live in Glen Eagles. Sorry. I agree with many concerns raised to date, concerns which should only be addressed within the context of a completed LAP and not before. My concerns are as follows. Number one, I realize that West Van needs more affordable housing, absolutely, but it needs to fit into a local plan and be actually affordable. This proposal does neither. It is not the missing middle. For example, I will not be able to afford to sell my house and downsize in a sideways move and pay strata fees on top. Number two, the density is out of character for our neighborhood. Number three, traffic at a busy circle with 5 exits and a steep hill is a concern, especially when we have no idea how very many new condos in the Bay are going to affect this. Number 4, apropos of the tree bylaw discussion, the loss of so many trees is unacceptable in this time of climate change. Number 5, underground parking means possible blasting and pre- and post-blast house inspections and huge idling trucks as we experienced during the Pitt Street construction. Number 6, the permanent loss of PA would be regrettable. PA is important for the social well-being of a community. Number 7, the LAP must be completed first before any more multi-unit development is considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kelly Garris, and then Dave Richardson.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Garris, and I am here to voice my support for the project. I would say, I would call myself an aspiring resident of the district. I work in West Vancouver, but currently live in the district of North Van, and I do feel like I would be a potential buyer, a good fit for a project like this. I have a 2-year-old son. My wife and I, love a lot of the aspects of West Van, but it is prohibitive for us to purchase something there. Actually, this is anecdotal, but my brother-in-law, up until about the end of 2016, was renting a house on Dufferin Avenue, which is not far from the site. And he really enjoyed, with his dog, swimming in Bachelor Bay every day. Every morning he'd go down. And when his wife got pregnant that year, they had to look at other options. The house that they were renting was, I'm sure it was originally somebody's beach cabin. Like it was basically falling down. And that's the same price point for what you get for something like this project, So I think a family like that, certainly given the choice, would definitely be looking at something in this order. So I just wanted to say again too, the voices of support are real. I think maybe they're not as strong, maybe perhaps, as the voices of opposition, but I wanted to show that they are in fact there. So thank you.
Thank you. Dave Richardson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hopefully, after this agenda item, you don't have too many more items to deal with tonight. I'm Dave Richardson, and I came to also voice my support for Tantalus Gardens. As a North Shore resident and weekly visitor to Horseshoe Bay, we have a small, very rustic cabin on one of the local islands. I believe that the proposal the developers put forward is a beautiful fit for the community. I believe that Tantalus Gardens is ideal for those wishing to have access to a home which has a smaller footprint and less maintenance in West Vancouver. I myself aspire to that one day. We think in the North Shore, we need to enable existing residents to stay on the North Shore and attract more young families to ensure our overall North Shore community continues to remain strong and grow. As someone who personally built my home 10 years ago, which required none of the complexities that we speak about tonight, I can assure you that it was not easy to pass the muster of the City of North Vancouver. And I know that the amount of due diligence that the staff here have gone through to arrive at the recommendation tonight was a significant amount of work over the last number of months, and I therefore urge you to support the project as such. Thank you.
Thank you. So we probably should get a motion. I think we have about 13 more speakers, so extend past 10 o'clock. Oh, you're moving to conclude it? Oh, to go past 10 o'clock, yeah. Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Go to next speaker is Kate Kennedy.
Hi, I'm Kate Kennedy, and I live in the Horseshoe Bay, White Cliff area. In my view, as well as the view of a great number of community members throughout the Glen Eagles, White Cliff, Horseshoe Bay area, it is simply not the right location for this type of development, being right at one of the only major higher traffic intersections in the area. I agree with the West Vancouver's official community plan, which lists St. Monica's site as a major community social asset. And in agreement with this statement, it would be a shame to lose one of the few public amenity spaces out in our area. We need more gathering spots, not less. And a swing set facing a roundabout or a gathering near complexes, mailboxes do not count, in my view, as a fair exchange for our current and historical gathering space. St. Monica's is an important space which makes a neighborhood vibrant, healthy, happy, and very importantly, connected. Walkability is of key importance to these places. If there is a lack of these spaces, it can make it harder for newcomers to become connected into a community. Keep this in mind when densification is happening all around us so that we don't lose more precious public spaces to development. I love my neighborhood. I love my neighbors, and I want to connect further with more people who live in this wonderful area. This intersection is one of the entryways into the village of Horseshoe Bay or out to White Cliff Park and connects through to the Glen Eagles area. It is a perfect area for public use. St. Monica's is set back from the roundabout and could include community gardens and green space. To beautify this gateway corner benefits even those who drive into our community from other areas and will show wonderful community pride and a welcome point just prior to heading down into Horseshoe Bay. As elected representatives of the citizens of West Vancouver, not representatives of one developer, I ask you to strongly consider denying the rezoning for this unique piece of property and its surrounding lots. The community has sent emails, come to meetings, and still nothing seems to have been considered by the developer before coming to council with his proposal. Staff has chosen one fact out of the OCP that does not fit our community, and in the process is taking our public assembly space without full consultation. The local area plan process has begun, and feedback from staff is being asked for, including the boundaries, which I feel encompasses the church space. I ask that you deny this proposal, or at least wait until after the local area plan is complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Cole Finnbogason. It's too late. Thank you, Finnbogason. Yeah, Finnbogason. Okay, thank you very much.
No worries. Madam Mayor and councillors, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Cole Finnbogason, and I'm here to...
Easy for you to say.
It is, yeah. I'm here to voice my support for the Tantalus Gardens project. I was very fortunate to grow up in the Horseshoe Bay area. I grew up on Dufferin Avenue, and I would love one day to be the future neighbors of some of the current residents. I'm on the cusp of starting my own young family, and plain and simple, West Vancouver does not have enough housing options that appeal to my demographic. I think Tantalus Gardens fits the bill, and as a result, I strongly urge you to consider granting this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finnbogason. Steve Kennedy. And then John Matsby on deck.
Yeah, I have nothing more to add at this point other than support in opposition to the development.
Opposition, okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So, John Matsby.
Good evening. My name is John Maltby.
Oh, sorry.
No problem, understandable. I'm a 20-year North Shore resident, a frequent visitor to Horseshoe Bay, and a Marine Corridor commuter. I drive by the site frequently. Horseshoe Bay is my family's gateway to adventure in our amazing province, and it's our safe harbor on our way home from those adventures. We truly believe that Tantalus Gardens is a well-considered, well-designed development that supports an increased demand for alternatives and smaller footprint living. I think Tantalus Gardens is a great model for many North Shore communities, including its proposed site in Horseshoe Bay. We support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert Alexander, and then Bryn McNabb.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Robert Alexander. I'm a resident of Horseshoe Bay for over 20 years. Raised my family there. I have a business in Horseshoe Bay. I'm the neighborhood's leading real estate agent, if I can be so conceited as to say so. So you're probably thinking I might be in support of this, but I am vehemently opposed. I'm going to go off script because a lot of what I had to say has been already spoken to about the previous people, and this is all about the nature of the community, the quality of the people that live there, the desire to have a meeting space again that we've gone without for many years, and it's not because there's no demand for it, although that's the message that's been trying to be spun. There is huge demand for it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drill down and I'm going to talk about some of the things that we've heard tonight, and I'm going to debunk some of this stuff. So most of the people that have come out in support of this are North Shore residents. Nothing against you guys, but they are not Horseshoe Bay residents. So not that their views are less valid, it's just maybe they're a little less close to home. I've heard a lot of talk about, wow, if I could only afford to live in Horseshoe Bay, I'd be there in a minute. Well, I got news for you. These will probably be in the neighborhood of $1.5 million and up. I live a block away. I've got builders building on almost every street in the neighborhood, and I wouldn't have touched this with a client with a 10-foot pole. It's a hornet's nest. It's going to be opposed by the neighborhood. It's going to be unpopular after it's finished, and it's going to be a legacy that nobody wants to be a part of. So for the people that have shown a desire to move to the neighborhood, please give me a call. I'll have my cards out afterwards. You could have bought 6348 Chatham, a 4-bedroom home, move-in ready for $1.37 million, no GST. You could have bought 6090 Marine Drive, a 3-bedroom post and beam. Everybody loves those. 10,000 square foot lot backing onto the golf course. You can't get much better than that for kids. Went for just over $1.3 million. 6457 Fox Street, I sold that one, 5-bedroom post and beam home on an 8,000 square foot lot on a cul-de-sac. You can take a shortcut out of your backyard to the Glen Eagles Elementary School. That one went for $1.4 million. And 6465 Wellington Avenue, a brand new build, built last year, about a 3,500 square foot home, 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, legal 1-bedroom suite, 2-car garage. That sold for $1.7 million. So the whole yarn about, oh, if I could only afford to live there, I certainly would move and I'm lining up to buy one. I don't believe it. Again, it's nothing personal. A couple of other points. There are 123 duplex-zoned lots as is in Horseshoe Bay right now, which nets out to about 250, little less than 250 duplex potential homes. Many of them have been for sale over the last year and have failed to sell. The last one that sold for $950,000. So again, I don't know where all these people that have been begging to move to Horseshoe Bay have been, but they didn't show up to my listings. The Horseshoe Bay cottages have been referenced here on Nelson. They're inappropriate. They're over 100 years old. There's no comparable whatsoever. The mail out, I live a block away, didn't get one. None of my neighbors got one. Hardly know anybody that got one. The gentleman from Orca Bay, who went on to talk about how there's no kids in the neighborhood because of all the McMansions and stuff like that, and this is the perfect solution to get kids riding around on their bikes. Well, first of all, they'll get killed. And second of all, he needs to spend more time in our neighborhood, because when I look out the window in the morning, there's literally streams of kids walking past my house. We have lots of families. There's lots of options for families to move into this neighborhood. This is an inappropriate use of land. The neighborhood would like to see the public assembly stay. And again, speaking from a professional point of view, I'll risk saying that I'm a professional at what I do. This is not a viable project. I would be concerned if I was Peter as far as exit strategy, because I don't think you're going to be able to sell them. You're talking about 2- and 3-bedroom homes. Elders, we move them out of Horseshoe Bay like crazy. As soon as people downsize, where do they go? Ambleside, Dunderave every time. If they don't go there, it's because they have a dog and they go to North Vancouver. So you can't get an apartment that lets dogs in West Van. That's about all I've got to say. I apologize.
Yes, order, yeah.
I apologize if I was a bit rude, but I'll leave these with your clerks here. They're just samples of some of the sales that have happened in the last little while.
Bryn McNabb. Bryn.
Hi. Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Bryn McNabb, and I grew up around the corner from St. Monica's Church in Horseshoe Bay. My parents still live there, and I visit them quite often. I'm here to impart some of my experience with the property previously home to St. Monica's Church, its potential as a multi-use community space, and its proposal to be rezoned. A few years ago, when I saw the lot up for sale, I immediately saw potential for the space to continue as a nonprofit art space. A colleague and I put together numerous business plans, approached the seller, at the time the Anglican Church, to rent the space, with much repetition in our attempts and no reply. and began speaking with funding bodies and local community. It was through these actions that we met Lisa Russell of Revolution Church, who was renting the space at the time. After some discussion proposing to co-rent the space, to pilot some of the programming that we had devised, and relaying the lack of response to our rental proposal from the owners at the time, she generously offered to allow us to use the space for free under her rental terms. We were able to successfully run a year's worth of monthly workshops, ranging from DIY Arduino electronics and music to screen printing, to a flower arranging and art history seminar, to contemporary dance workshops, and architectural and design teaching experiments. The space itself, although we could see it needed some repair, was accessible to many people. I don't know if it's officially wheelchair accessible, but it certainly was at some point. And might as well have been purpose designed for all these types of programs. These actions spawned an artist-run not-for-profit organization, which, although without a brick-and-mortar home right now, still continues to operate arts programming in various spaces throughout the Greater Vancouver area. I'd just like to put my support behind the continuation of the public assembly in this space. I see a lot of potential in terms of its use for outreach programs, as well as many other nonprofits, if there was access to rent it. And as Lisa mentioned earlier, there was a lot of demand for that sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. John Noble, and then Rob Purdy.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for staying late. I'll be brief. I've been living on Wellington for 19 years, enjoyed going to St. Monica's when it was a church, and enjoying the public assembly for other reasons as well. It's easier with social media for us all to talk now. The Western Residents Association is one, and more recently a smaller one, Wellington and West Residents Association, allows people to talk. Not the same as public assembly, but it was clear even before an alternative came along that the neighborhood was against this and wanted to retain public assembly. Now, what I can only consider a miracle has happened, that Kevin Faw, a neighbor, a relative, has come forward with Plan B, an alternative, to finance the keeping of it as an actual community space. It means that now, certainly, how can we contemplate anything else? We have an alternative. We have a way to keep it going, and we have a wealthy neighbor who's willing to do that in the name of Mr. Faw. That is what should be supported. I understand the stress of young families. Around the world, oceanside cities have gone up in value in the last 20 years. Around the entire world, that's just a fact. Removing public assembly won't change that fact. Removing low density to places where there are no longer gardens for children to play in won't change that fact. So I encourage us to simply say no to the application for rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob Purdy, and then Janos Dasny.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm here in support of the project tonight. You'll be surprised to hear maybe. I do work in the development industry. On the nonprofit side, we spend a lot of time working with faith-based groups, have about 600 units under construction throughout the Lower Mainland with these types of sites. I'm here to tell you this site, as retaining it as public assembly, although it's a nice thing to do, the site, in my math, is worth anywhere from $5 to $9 million. It's nice that there's an offer maybe on the table for that amount to retain it. But it's very challenging to retain sites as public assembly. A lot of the developments happening around the Lower Mainland are with faith-based groups, are developments where the church ends up in the new development. The typical size of these developments, the ones we're working on, are anywhere from 5 to 10 stories, with densities of anywhere from 1.5 up to 4 FSR. Definitely not something as low density as what's being proposed here. The other point I'd like to make is I am one of the, I guess, I don't know if it's the missing middle in generations, not in housing type, but I was living overseas with my wife in London, a very well-paid job, my wife the same. She grew up in Lower Caulfield, was born and raised in Lower Caulfield. Her family still lives there. They built their house in 1982.
I've been coming to the area for 20 years now, passing this exact site very frequently. I'm now a resident of Bowen Island. When we made our decision to move back here, we did have the means to buy a house in this neighborhood. We chose a different neighborhood, and we never even considered West Vancouver. Even though we have family, which are now grandparents, I have 2 children that we're raising, and we bring them to the neighborhood. They're in the neighborhood. They go to the community center, and my wife works at the community center. She's a healthcare worker upstairs there. And it's just the nature of the neighborhood. There are some young families here. It wasn't somewhere that we picked for a number of reasons, although we had the means to do so. So we've moved to another area, still spend a lot of time here. But I think I'm the generation that I've read the OCP top to bottom that you're looking for here in the neighborhood. I think it has to be acknowledged the generational divide in the room tonight for this project and against this project. That's a very direct comment, but
that's a fair comment.
And so I'm just noting that. And yeah, I generally speak with the form and character of this project. I think it's what's needed in the district as a whole, and I think it suits Horseshoe Bay. And I'd like to see it go to first reading. So.
Thank you. Janos Stasny, and then Andrew Adida. Andrew.
Madam Mayor, Council, I would like to take a different approach, respecting democracy, respecting all the different views that have been expressed tonight. It just proves to you that we are entitled to our respective views and beliefs and trusts. Earlier on, I also experienced passionate discussions about trees. Well, what about passionate discussions about our children? Almost every one of us in this room either have a child, grandchild, whatever that may be, but we're forgetting about something. We don't really truly protect communities. I'll give you some stats, and this will be a very short presentation to you. 62% of families in West Vancouver right now can't afford actually to have a daycare or enroll their children in a daycare that it is in their communities. They are going somewhere else. 46.1% cannot find a daycare in their specific neighborhoods. So we are creating a destination shopping for these families. That means some of the families from West Vancouver have to go to Vancouver, have to go to Burnaby, have to go to North Vancouver where they work, where they pay between 25 to 40% higher rates to get daycare. I don't want to highlight only childcare here because you're very well aware of. This council has approved significant dollars to see and have a research study completed how much demand there is for childcare. But I rather want to speak to the community feelings. What about intergenerational childcare? Horseshoe Bay is a very unique place, what we have in West Vancouver, with the elderlies, with the youngsters, children that would love to stay in their communities, yet they are currently being dispositioned and going elsewhere. I would like to invite council to really think about how much value there is in having a community feeling, where we can live together, where we can celebrate together, where we can have, as some of the previous speakers talked about, have a communion where we can gather at a public place to share our ideas and to have different types of services presented to both to the elderly and to the youngsters. My child, he used to go to Horseshoe Bay to take guitar lessons, to take lessons for painting. My wife goes there to take Pilates and so on. Why can't we unite tiny little small businesses to be able to operate? So in conclusion, we could not establish a child care in this public space that actually been licensed for because Vancouver Coastal Health would not license it due to the current state of the facilities. In order for a child care, for instance, or a unity-based operation to operate at Santa Monica's, it will take millions of dollars, which some of the small business can't afford. So if we can have a space where smaller businesses can unite and offer diverse services to serve the community of Horseshoe Bay, I believe it will support the community in general. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Andrew Adida or Adida?
Andrew left. He went to go get everyone pizza.
Seriously? Us too? Okay. He left, Andrew. Yeah, in West Van. All right, so moving to the last couple speakers, I believe. CJ Kerr and Liz Campomar.
Good evening. My name is CJ Kerr. I am a resident of West Vancouver. I have a business in West Vancouver on the Marine Corridor, and I am fully in support of the Tantalus Garden project. I think these types of projects are required or needed everywhere in not only the North Shore but also West Vancouver. I think aesthetically it's pleasing. I think it's needed. I think change and development and growth is inevitable in all communities, in all of any pocket of any neighborhood. And I think our ability to choose what that is and what that looks like is a great thing that we have the ability to do, and I fully support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And who did I call last? Liz Campomar.
Hi. My name's Liz Campomar. I'm second generation West Van residents. My kids are third generation, and I hope my grandkids will be fourth generation. I graduated from West Van High. My daughter is graduating this year from West Van High. My kids go to West Bay Elementary, and what we've seen is a decline in local kids going to local schools. Our schools are not at capacity, but there's a lot of kids coming from North Van, which means that there's no families in West Van. And the only way families are going to come to West Van is with something like Tantalus Gardens. Our kids, our new generation that's coming up, don't need the 10,000 square foot house. We have a big house, and I can tell you right now, 2/3 of it aren't used. It's a waste of space. My kids don't use the basement, they don't use the rec room, they use the front yard, they don't use the backyard. So something like Tantalus would be great for smaller families. They would support the school systems, they would support the local businesses, and I fully support Tantalus.
Thank you. And I spoke too soon. We have a few more people who've signed up. Nina Jessen and then Dave Wolstenholme.
Hi, I'm Nina Jessen, and I've been corresponding to several of you over the last few months. My parents, Carl and Anna Jessen, have lived in Wellington Place for 57 years. So we are kind of in a bit of that trap around Rosebery Crescent, Wellington Avenue, and we are not really looking forward to having Tantalus development right there, just alone from a traffic point of view, from a rezoning point of view. But I also wanted to just make a point about some people are talking about there's no kids in Horseshoe Bay. Well, that's not true. Wellington Place has had a resurgence of children. There are children everywhere now in Horseshoe Bay. It is, as Alexander has said, that it is affordable for families here rather than other places in West Van. I'm not sure where the other opinions are coming up from, but this is just what I have noticed from living here, that this has changed. Now, Horseshoe Bay has lost many of the community properties. I don't know if everybody is aware of that here. We have lost a community center in Horseshoe Bay. We lost a church already beside Glen Eagles School, and we lost the fire hall. All of these were developed and sold privately now. So this is what happens when greed takes over. So this is a PA2 community worship site. Do you know how rare that is? It's not that many of them. And when you lose something like this to become privately owned, you lose it forever. It's really important to this community to maintain community space. The church has always been used as a focal point in our lives in our community. I went to preschool there. My mom taught brownies and Girl Guides, and scouts were there. This was what it was used for in the past. I played piano for ballet classes. There were boutique classes, Al-Anon. It was for the community. This is what I think most people that live here want. And in closing, I would just like to say to all of you is I could only speculate what would happen to, for example, Stanley Park in 1885 if the frenzy of development had happened. And we would have lost it. And that's what we're facing with St. Monica's. Thank you.
Dave Woolstenholme?
Am I the last one?
No.
Okay.
Dave McFarlane is behind you.
Well, Your Worship, members of council, my name's Dave Woolstenholme. I live in Horseshoe Bay, and my friends, my neighborhood, my community, I think have all done a sufficient job of driving a Mack truck through this argument to develop Tantalus. I am in strong opposition. Now that I've said that, I would like to talk about trees.
Do you want to come back?
Specifically, of a bylaw, if I understand it correctly, that was passed this evening. Or at least went into discussion to be deferred for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you why. Because on this specific site, more than 1/3 of the trees are 35 or more. One is 100. If this was to get to first reading this evening, then the whole discussion that happened prior to this would be moot. If I understood it correctly about the trees. No?
It's a longer discussion, I think.
Okay.
We can have it with you, but we just want to focus
Well, in that case,
on.
I'd like to register my opposition.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dave McFarlane.
Hi. Yeah, Dave McFarlane. I live at 6480 Marine Drive. Actually, I'm on the southeast corner of Nelson Marine, kitty corner to the development. I live in the area because it is affordable. I'm a single dad. I have 3 teenage children, and it is a community that has a ton of kids in it. My neighbors across the street have 2 elementary age kids who go to Glen Eagles. My kids all go to Sentinel right now. And I would just also like just to add, it's been said many times, but I don't understand how there can be a local area plan and that process is being undertaken right now and not include St. Monica's and the site and the public assembly space. I think it's super important to consider that, and as has been said many times tonight, once we lose that space, it's gone forever. And given the amount of density that I believe is going to happen within Horseshoe Bay, I think that public assembly space becomes even more important. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Barry Hall and then Heidi Waterman. Wait a minute, we have, looks like Barley Hall. Is it, Barry, did you sign up twice? I've got 2 different names here, Barley. Okay, then there's a Barley Hall in front of you. Barley? Doesn't say Tantalus next to it, but okay, so Barley is off. Heidi is, well, Barry, you go ahead and then we'll call up Heidi after. I don't know if Heidi Waterman wanted to speak to this item, but she's on this list.
Madam Mayor, I was hoping to speak and I didn't get on the list.
That's
so
fine,
I
I'll
didn't
add
get
you.
the spots.
Yeah, well, I'll add you after Barry. Pat.
Write my name on there too, Steve Archer. I'm not sure where that.
Sorry, and you know what? It could have gotten lost, so I'll add you to it as well. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? All right, and Lucinda. Okay, Barry, go ahead.
Mayor Booth, councilors, staff. My theme has been touched from time to time tonight, but I still think it is critically important to emphasize. I'm someone who believes in the official community planning process. I particularly believe in the critical importance of the role of the community in that process. I believe in participatory, community-led planning rather than spot zoning. And I believe in consistently ensuring the integrity of the official community planning process. In our high-level OCP document, boundaries for the Horseshoe Bay LAP were proposed. There was no stated rationale for those boundaries, and the community played no role in their definition. In the terms of reference for the Horseshoe Bay LAP, it clearly states that those proposed boundaries will be confirmed or changed during the LAP process. I attended a meeting of the Western Residents Association a few weeks ago, where the district stated that the boundaries of the LAP described in the OCP were tentative and would be confirmed or changed during the process. The local area plan process, as you all know, is already underway, and the community, with considerable encouragement from the district, is sincerely engaging in that process. It's believed by most in Horseshoe Bay that their local area plan community boundaries could very well include the lands of and around St. Monica's Church, and the official community-led planning process in which they are engaged will ultimately determine those boundaries. By considering this spot zoning proposal at this time, Council is taking that engagement responsibility away from the community. How does that affect the integrity of the planning process? The credibility of the district. The Horseshoe Bay LAP is the first of a series of LAPs, so this decision will set precedents. How is this decision going to affect the willingness of other neighborhoods to sincerely engage in their LAP processes? In my opinion, a decision to move this spot zoning proposal forward today, rather than trusting your LAP process, is a violation of the integrity of that official community planning process. It threatens the credibility of the district and the council, and it jeopardizes the community trust in your engagement process that this council has been striving so hard to obtain and will be needed throughout future LAP processes. I just have one small thing. One of the options considered in the May 7th staff report was to defer consideration of this proposal pending the receipt of additional information. That information to be specified. This option is not now among the options available to you. And I believe that that's a mistake, and I believe it should be reopened. I suggest strongly the new critical information may be forthcoming in this LAP process in the form of boundary changes, in which the proposed site may become included within the boundaries of the local area plan. The community, through the process of their LAP, in my opinion, must have the opportunity to decide whether the St. Monica area is within or outside their Horseshoe Bay local area plan before this proposal is considered further.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pat Frewer. I think we determined that Heidi isn't here, right? Heidi, you want to? Okay, Pat?
Thank you. Being the last on the list, I'm going to make this really short. And in the interest of that, I'm Pat Frewer. I'm a resident of West Vancouver. And in the interest of that civil discourse, I'd just like to try to add a few things that might bring this conversation along without being repetitive. I'm in support, and I'd like it to be acknowledged here. I believe it's in the Livable Region Plan that every Metro Vancouver municipality is called upon to take its share of inevitable growth. Sprawling single-family neighborhoods...
Order.
Sorry?
Oh,
thank you. Sprawling single-family neighborhoods are not efficient environmentally. 0.65 FSR and 0.35 coverage ratio are the new low density. We must be designing communities with that kind of low density, even though it may look high to some. That's about all I wanted to add, but I do want to add a note of empathy to those in the neighborhood. I sat here thinking to myself, yeah, I will say this, that this isn't my neighborhood, but I would accept this kind of infill development in my neighborhood, and I think we all need to. Final point is on these excellent points that a few people have made about process, and I don't envy the mayor and council for this position that you're in terms of the process of the OCP and the local plan, But it seems to me, and talk about discourse and respectful acknowledgement of all the points of view, and in an industry, it takes respectful acknowledgement of what it takes to be the development group. I don't even know these gentlemen, but I know the business that they're in. And for them to come this far and be denied first reading seems to me like not allowing them to answer. I mean, there were some pretty heavy allegations as if their PR campaign has been fraudulent or something. So I would like them to have the opportunity. They've made substantial investment. So whatever decision council makes tonight, I sure hope it leaves it open to hear further, let the developer defend their process, let them hear more from the community. I'm personally curious, is there some way that St. Monica's could have been preserved? Because all that I've been hearing is, look, it's been open to the market for years, and this is happening all across the country, for heaven's sakes. And I sympathize with churches. I've been part of them in my own family life. But churches are getting redeveloped, and often it's not for a place of worship any longer. That seems to be the situation. But maybe there's more evidence to come that there is a groundswell of some sort of financial support, and maybe we could hear that too. But I just think that this should be given first reading and stay open to public debate. I think it's a terrific design, and I think it's visionary and forward thinking. But there have been other excellent points made too about process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Steve Archer? And
I'm
then
the last one. I don't know.
And then
I had to say
Lucinda.
something. Thank you, Council, for staying so late. And the previous tree thing, I was first time into a council meeting ever, and wow, what one to come to. I'll be a little humor in this night. I just think the process I find amazing and fascinating, and sort of proud of to be a Canadian, to be in this, even to be in this discussion and this process. I mean, I was sitting next to a gentleman that was definitely opposed to the process, and I think, you know, everybody's got their very passionate, and I think that's what makes this country great is that ability to say what they feel. He was, you know, some words in my ear, and I don't, you know, I'm not part of the local community. I'm a West Van business owner, a small business owner. I'm not a big company, but just my opinion and his opinion are probably different. But I think it's fantastic, and I mean, I don't know how you guys do it to listen to all of us all the time. I don't know. I would be very hard pressed to be in your position. But as the gentleman echoed before me, I think there is worth listening to both sides and trying to come to a decision, even for that first reading. I have a number of employees. I have maybe 10 employees, and they're not well off. We try to do as best we can for them as far as our small clinic. But I think options to have to stay on the North Shore and to have that ability, I think is at least worth entertaining. You know, really looking at everything. And I'm in support of the project. But it's something that I'm more fascinated by the process, and everybody involved, I think, should be. It's not communism. There is process, and it should be followed. But I think yeah. I just, to close it off, I didn't mean to be the last speaker. I just put my name down on the last sheet, I think. So I wanted to appreciate you guys and everybody in the room. I think the process is why we're Canadian and why we're democracy. And I really think that's a value. So thank you.
Well, thank you for staying and your enthusiasm at 10:35. All right. Lucinda, did you want to speak to this matter? Is she still here? There she is.
No, I'm not the last now. I gotta go.
Penultimate.
This isn't regarding St. Monica's. It touches on the tree bylaw, and earlier I thought that I could cover
Lucinda.
I'm sorry?
Marcus, I got it.
I'm not speaking closely enough.
No, Lucinda.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but this is the item that only deals with Tantalus.
Oh.
You can still speak. We've
Yes.
got a speakers list for the public comment
Right.
period, which will come after we get through this item and the next item.
Okay. I thought I was the only public, and we were
No,
at that.
there's a number of people, but I won't forget you, and you're welcome to stay until then. So Mr. Archer was the last speaker, I think. Oh, no, okay. All right. Would you like to come forward?
Thank you, and sorry. I'm a resident of Lower Horseshoe Bay. I've got 2 kids that go to Rockridge.
And your name is?
My name is Josh Lapine. I am directly opposed to this development. I've been an active member of the community for the last 10 years or so, member of Search and Rescue for the last 6 years, the volunteer organization down at the dock, and have participated in many local events. And for anyone who doesn't think that Horseshoe Bay doesn't have a vibrant family dynamic, I challenge you to come to a bonfire on the beach, to Halloween in that area on Wellington, or to the summer movie in the park, or to the Taste of the Bay that recently happened. Horseshoe Bay is crawling with kids. I was also a member of Revolution Church a number of years ago when they met at St. Monica's. And one of my favorite opportunities there was something we had was called Soup Sunday. And it was amazing. We would open up the doors and it would be a bit of a potluck. And there would be members of the community that would just show up and come in and help themselves. So I think what's unique about the opportunity of preserving this space is that it's not just smoke. We have members of our community that are willing to purchase the property and to restore it back to its former glory. And I think we need to look at that. I mean, they need to look at that proposal and understand what that proposal is and that there's money that backs that proposal. So it's not just that we're against one thing, it's that there is something that is an alternative and it's a reality. It's not just a concept. So that's all I'd like to add.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak on this item? All right, I think we can move into debate. Sorry? Sharon is making a motion. Oh, right. Okay. So, we're going to go into the recommendation and debate stage of the evening, and I believe Councillor Cameron has a motion.
Yeah, I do. Can you put it up, please, Mark? I'm going to move at the outset that consideration of the proposed Tantalus Gardens development be deferred, and that the local area plan boundaries be reviewed and confirmed through the local area planning process, including the consideration of extending the boundaries to include the Tantalus Gardens site. And if there's a seconder, I'll see if there's... And then Councillor Wong, I'm not sure if you wanted to suggest any, before I speak to this, if you want to suggest any, or are you fine with this wording?
Councillor Soprovich, did you want to suggest?
Well, I'll speak to it then.
Well, I think, no, well, wait a sec, hold on. So,
yeah, I'll just speak to it.
Unless we have an amendment to the motion, we're going to go with the mover and the seconder first. And yes, thank you.
Okay.
Perhaps it would be helpful for all parties involved to have a timeline for how long it'll be deferred until.
Do you want to suggest something?
Mr. Bailey, can you please advise the LAP process steps, number of components? Would, for example, the first phase, initial visioning, be sufficient to give us context of this project with respect to the rest of the LAP?
Madam Mayor, so I've been listening tonight, and I'm going to gather my thoughts before I respond to that. I think that it could, but I'll be blunt. We're about to, as staff, led ably by Mr. Hawkins, go into a local area planning process, and frankly, there's a lot of local opposition to this. I mean, it's very clear. There are obviously folks for it, but I think we've heard about by my count, about 20 folks tonight, and I think there are probably others who are opposed to this. I know there are others that are opposed to this. I do have concerns with going into an open collaborative planning process with a development application that has, for whatever reason, I do want to think, I'm going to say that this proposal, in my opinion, matches with the official community plan, but the community doesn't think that. I think it makes it very difficult for our staff to go in and have a meaningful, open dialogue with the community with something like this hanging over them. And I appreciate that that's maybe not what the developer wants to hear at this point, but I think that becomes a challenging piece. That said, I mean, if council wanted to, for example, establish, say, the end of the visioning period of the local area plan as a point where we could report back, we could do that. But again, I'm cautioning you because I think that we're trying to have an open, respectful dialogue, and there's obviously a lot of anxiety around this that I think will make that process very difficult.
Okay, so further to Councillor Wong's suggestion, then I suggest we amend the motion to say consideration of the proposed Tantalus Gardens development project be deferred until at least the end of the visioning process, and the rest of the wording. And just my understanding of how that would work, Mr. Bailey, is that if nothing has changed at the end of the visioning process significantly, that it would be held off until the end of the LAP process. So you're not compelled to come back. You can come back and report to council, but we're not saying we'll reconsider the proposal at that point. We'll just reevaluate at that point.
Madam Mayor, that I think I appreciate what council's trying to do. I do want to make a point though, and as part of this, of just recognizing that this is very newly been put up on my screen, the deferral motion. I want to be clear that if council doesn't support the application, that as per your development procedures bylaw, they basically have to wait 1 year to reapply, right? And so if you recall when we had the Eagle Island Coach House proposal, that was what resulted of that proposal, is that people would keep coming back and reapplying. Okay. And council then put a motion and said, you have 1 year. There is an appeal process through the Local Government Act that says, if you have a 2/3 majority, then you can choose to waive that, but it's a high bar at 2/3. It's typically thought of as 1 year. So if I understand what you're saying right now is that you're not approving it. You're deferring it, and I think I want to be really clear about that, because if you're not approving it, then that process kicks in as per the development procedures bylaw, and that creates a problem. If you want us to just put it on hold, defer it pending the results of the visioning process and report back with information that we may glean from that process, then that's acceptable, and staff are prepared to do that.
Okay, well, that'll be the motion. I'll just briefly speak to it. Mr. Bailey's already said a couple of the points, but I want to say at the outset, I think it's really important to say that I very much do support housing diversity in this community. We need it. It's in our OCP. We can't even approach solving the affordability problem if we don't build more units on the same amount of land. It will not happen. So I take the comments tonight from people saying these units are likely to come in at, let's say, 1.5, and if they do, that's not going to be affordable. But the reality is the converse is even worse, or the other alternative, in that if these are single-family homes, they're not even coming in close to 1.5, and there's no way that you're going to address housing affordability without adding supply and without densifying to some respect. I'll say that I think this proposal, the litmus test for me is always, is it something that I'd be okay across the street from me? And the answer is yes. I think it's well designed, and I think it could fit. And I'll note that Hollyburn Mews was 3 units on each lot, and so there's 4 lots here, and that makes 3 times 4 is 12. And Hollyburn Mews was terribly opposed when it was passed just before the mayor and I were elected in 2011. There was people in this council chamber saying it was going to ruin the community and the traffic was going to be overwhelming, and people were pounding on the lectern and yelling at Mayor Goldsmith-Jones. And flash forward to today, and it's generally acknowledged that those are the nicest houses on the block. The residents are ecstatic. It fits. It works. It hasn't had the destructive impact, and in fact, it's considered to be an asset. So I don't agree with the notion that somehow increasing anything from single family is destroying the neighborhood. I think that's just not true, nor do I think that the increase in traffic is that significant over what could be built on these properties. But having said that, housing has to fit, and it's not necessarily my opinion that matters, it's also the community's opinion and the neighborhood's opinion. We have to take that into account. So there's two things that make this project, that complicate this project. One is the public assembly angle. We don't own the land. The district doesn't own it. We're not going to buy it. We have too many assets already, and we don't have the tax base to maintain them to the extent that we'd like, and we're not in the business of buying another property and running it. It's not going to happen from a district perspective. The property's been sold by the church to a private owner. So it's privately owned, and that person has development rights. As he pointed out, while people might not like it, he can build 2 single-family homes on the 2 lots, and he can build another one on the public assembly property. And that's his right to do that, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. We cannot, on council, we're legally prohibited from preferring one owner over another. So this is just not something we can enter into. So while there may be options that come out from the community, we can't compel the private landowner to take those options. And the result of what might happen tonight is this deferral may be that the church is gone and there's a lack of housing diversity. That could very well be the outcome, and people need to be completely, they need to understand that fact. But having said that, you know, by deferring it, we also create room for there to be some discussions about a project that may retain aspects of the public assembly. So we create an opportunity for that. But the second and the more vexing thing for me, and what tipped the balance for me into making this deferral motion, is the LAP process. Mr. Bailey's already described it. We're right at the outset. Staff are going in and talking to the community, and it just doesn't make any sense in my mind to make a decision of this nature that's this controversial at the outset of that process. I think it will make the entire process much more heated and less constructive. Horseshoe Bay's had to deal with and approved and basically Sewells, which is a significant change for the community. BC Ferries has made it clear that they want to rethink their terminal, and that may involve housing. So there's a lot that's changing in Horseshoe Bay, and people have pointed out there's already 100 and something odd duplexes. So I think in light of that, just viewed in that context, while this proposal might be good in many areas and might be the right time in many areas in the district, I just don't think at this juncture, in this particular location, with the angle of public assembly, it's right to move it forward, and that's why I've made this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Just before Councillor Lambert proceeds with his comments, could I just get his verbal acceptance of Councillor Wong's request for a friendly amendment? I had it from Councillor Cameron, but I just need to confirm that Councillor Lambert accepts it as well.
Yes.
As a point of information, can you clarify that this motion is therefore moving the first reading to after at least the end of the visioning process is what we're saying, correct? So, Madam Mayor, if Council passes this motion as written, the entirety of the motions contained in the Council report would be put off until, at least until the end of the visioning process. That's correct. So no first reading of any bylaws, no setting date for public hearing, nothing. Until that time. And nothing until the end of the visioning process, at least the end of the visioning process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Okay. Just to reinforce what Councillor Cameron has been saying, I mean, the discussion tonight has been a really good discussion, and thank you all for coming out, speaking for and against the project. But I'm a little more optimistic than maybe some are. I think that it's It's a really good starting point, a warm-up to the visioning process that's right around the corner for the local area plan. I think everybody has the best interests of Horseshoe Bay in mind when they're putting forward their viewpoints and their preferences. It's just unfortunate that the discussion tonight has been mostly about a project and less about the role of this site. And clearly, it's a very important site in the community. So, being a firm believer in process and that we have started this local area plan, it makes all the sense that we continue on and we stay open for debate and dialogue on the project.
Thank you. You're done. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Soprovich.
Really, my turn.
Yes.
I want to thank everyone tonight who came, and I like to always hear both sides of the argument, one way or the other. My feeling is similar to my colleagues here in the sense that I think the local area planning Horseshoe Bay is going to have an impact on a wider area. I really do, and I think it's timely that there is a local area plan for Horseshoe Bay, and the people will come out in force and give us a fair indication of what they feel will be appropriate in the area. For Peter and his development, I think it also, in my view, should be an integral part of that local area plan. In hindsight, I think in fairness to the developer that we have to look at some reasoning in relationship to how long that's going to be, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, or whatever. I haven't heard that yet, which is concerning me. Certainly, Mr. Bailey, from a point of view of including the visioning process and having Tantalus Gardens within it, it doesn't negate his development process to this date, is it not?
Madam Mayor, if this was included, it would be, the project could be considered. We'd bring it back at the end of the visioning phase once folks have kind of expressed what their kind of the grander scheme is before we get to those options, and council could consider what they want to do at that point. It doesn't necessarily preclude this development.
So, but you won't give a timeline on anything?
The visioning phase is scheduled for Q2 of this year. We were to be moving into sort of that options phase, or phase 2 in Q3. So, you know, I think sort of wrapping up with a lot of events this summer and into the fall.
Well, you know, folks, I mean, there's always change and it's inevitable, but, you know, Horseshoe Bay now is a jewel. It's always been a jewel, really. It deserves the best. It deserves the local area planning so that we all are on a page which everybody will look at and say, you know, this is a special place. I think the local area planning can do that. And whether it involves Tantalus Gardens, I think it should, and go from there. So thank you very much for all your efforts tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Wong?
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to also thank everyone for coming out tonight and expressing your concerns, your opinions, and your thoughts. It's certainly very valuable to hear from all parts of the community, whether you're on this side or the other of the issue. To my colleagues, I suppose you will have heard me during the campaign say that I feel it's really important to have a grand vision for what this community can be beyond the OCP. The way a master plan community is. Where are things going to be? Where is the rec center going to be? Where is the church going to be? What kind of houses will we have? What will the streets look like? And so certainly, I guess, what I'm trying to say is that I'm waiting for that other contextual piece with respect to the LAP, so I feel like I'm playing with a full deck of cards and have all the information in front of me. Certainly, we have a need for housing, diversity of housing in this community. People in my generation are being pushed out of the community essentially because they have nowhere to live that they can afford or that meets the needs of their young families or downsizers. And so certainly before I make a final judgment on whether to proceed or not with this project, I feel like I need to have all the information in front of me. So as such, I guess I'm saying I'm reserving judgment at this time and look forward to receiving more information before I provide my final decision.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson, would you like to say anything?
It's been a great discussion. Very thoughtful and constructive comments on both sides, and it's good. It's a tricky one because I actually think the project's quite good, and unfortunately, the issue for me is the process, the LAP process, and trying to have a good result with that. And for the neighborhood, of course, I wonder if it wasn't on that site, if they would be accepting of it. But obviously the community space is something you really want to give some consideration to, and I'm happy to get behind that. I think we have to keep very real about the fact that it is privately owned, and going into this process, I'd like to see actually some more communication between the developer and the community about perhaps even a more collaborative approach. Really assessing all the things that you think you want to see in your community and talking together. And on the other side too, I think there's a lot of hope and inspiration for the site, but I'd like to see some more substance, some actual people signed up to use the site, a little more of an actual business plan, if you want to consider that site moving forward, so we can all vision what that's going to be and how it's going to be managed, etc. So I do think we need to take a pause and really take a good look at this, and I feel very comfortable with this motion we're going forward with.
Thank you. So just before we vote on this, I had a few just closing remarks. I also want to thank everyone for coming. It is good to hear firsthand. We read all the correspondence, but it is good to hear from the people that live in this neighborhood. There's none of us actually that live in that neighborhood, and while we spend time out there, it's not the same. So I do appreciate hearing from both the neighbors and from people that wish they could live there. I also want to just going into the local area process, highlight the difference in roles and encourage the community to support our staff in the local area process because they have a different role than council. They were providing advice around this project, but it's council's role to reflect the community and to consider its needs. So we have different roles. We want them to tell us what their professional advice is. And I agree with my colleagues that have stated this. This project actually has many redeeming qualities. Really like the small unit size. I think the developer was really trying to reflect the OCP, and I think has good intentions. And we heard that, and I there's nothing that I've seen that would lead me to believe otherwise. Independent of this project, though, and we've heard a lot about public assembly and the importance of that, and I really would like the community to put their mind to what they really want out of that. I think that one of the things that I've observed around, and it happened with the Masonic Hall, is people say we're going to lose this community use. And there's a lot of overlaps between the Masonic Hall, which is now sitting there. It's a problem, actually, maintaining the security of that site. People are using that site unauthorized, and it's derelict, basically. And I want where I was going with this is, what I'm hearing from the community is affordable rental space is the challenge. And that's why these spaces have been valued. And I've heard support from council, and it's actually coming out of our arts facilities plan as a recommendation as well, that we set up a fund to give grants to nonprofit groups to help them pay for rental. Because quite honestly, I would rather take money from our CACs and put it in a fund and do that than buy sites and maintain them so that people can use them at a discount. That's part of, I know it's only one part of public assembly, but I will be looking for that as a, and I'll be supporting the recommendation coming out of the facilities plan on that point, because the bottom line is we have 2 new facilities within blocks that do have available space. But I understand that a theater group or a pottery group can't afford even the $50. They just can't afford it. So if that is what you're part of the problem here, then I'd rather do that than take on, as Councillor Cameron and Councillor Thompson have alluded to, we cannot take on this asset. We are trying to shed assets. We cannot afford to maintain assets. We cannot afford to buy this asset. We cannot afford to operate this asset. So I want to be very clear that on my watch, we cannot take over this asset. That's not, if the community wants to step up, great, but the last thing we need is another asset that requires a big investment of money, and we've got enough of those. As you know, we've had to add an asset levy to our tax rolls. We've got $750 million in assets. We had a police station falling apart. So in that vein, I agree with what Councillor Thompson says, is that start thinking about that business plan, because I've heard a lot of people say this, we need this site as public assembly. Okay, well, how is that going to actually help? How is that going to work without district money? Because we don't have it. So that has to happen over the next period of time. I think that needs to percolate. But I guess the most compelling argument, and I'll finish on this, is that it's difficult to move this forward to first reading when we've basically started the local area plan for this area. I can't argue against that. So looks like we're going to call the question.
Perhaps it should say be deferred until at least the end of the LAP visioning process versus a theological one.
Sure, that's in the number 1, Mr. Panneton. Yep, fair enough. All right, so seeing no other speakers, I will call the question, and we just vote for it together. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Nielsen, and thank you, everyone.
Can we have a 5-minute recess, or?
We've got Mulgrave and.
Oh, which I need to recuse myself of. So I'll actually wait. So.
Yeah, wait till that. Wait till that, because they've been waiting. Yeah, we're gonna do that fast. Fast. Huh? Mulgrave, yeah. Mulgrave, yeah.
Just to set a date.
Yeah. I'm going to call item number 6. Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray is here.
Yeah.
So, and did you go home for a nap, Councillor Gambioli?
For a nap.
All right, so who's actually moving this one? I didn't assign anybody.
Recuse myself, as I have served on a board with Mr. Ray for 2.5 years, and so in order to ensure that there is no apprehension of bias, I'll be outside.
Okay, but I know Mr. Ray too, and I'm not. you're welcome to recuse yourself if
I'm
you
just
feel
concerned
that
of
if
any
you-
perceived or apparent conflict of interest. I will be outside.
Anyway, it's we've all reviewed it. Yeah, I don't, unless anybody has any questions arising out of the presentation. All right, who was, I don't, okay. Okay, so who can move this? Who would like to move this? Craig, thank you. Council-
Madam Mayor, as written is fine, thank you.
It's three, I think it's three separate motions, right?
Yes, Madam Mayor, three
All
separate
right,
motions.
first motion. Oh, do you want to say something? Not, absolutely not. Take as long as you need.
Just to say thank you for your consideration of both the development permit amendment and the rezoning. And I've really appreciated the support of the staff on this as well. This is going to be able to obviously take our athletics and performing arts facilities to a new level in the school. I think the most exciting thing for me is the contribution of this facility to Mulgrave's community commitments as well. And I think many of you will be fully aware of how our playing fields and facilities are used really extensively in the community. I won't dwell on that, but what I do have is a request, and that is that the design amendment process and our planning process has taken quite a long time. We're very excited by the fact we've got field level changing rooms now, which came through the design review panel. But because the timeline has taken longer than we'd anticipated, I am going tonight just to request that the council very exceptionally can give permission to go ahead with this amendment without the normal 1 month planning process. The reason for that is that we, as you know, the summer vacation time in schools is really critical for us to start this project. We were hoping to start this project by the end of the school year, which is in 3 or 4 weeks' time. And of course, if we have to wait another month, that's going to push the construction start back even later. And we're quite worried about the project having a disruption at the beginning of the new school year. It is one of the options which the planning team have given to you in your report. This is option 8.2A in your report. I know this is an exception and an unusual request, but it would be really helpful in terms of us getting going on this project and using critically the summer vacation time. So I just ask that for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Well, your timing is excellent because we're just so fresh and quick at this point. Mr. Bailey.
Sure. So, Madam Mayor, you can waive the development. There's two applications here that you're essentially considering. So you cannot get around the statutory notice requirements and public hearing associated with the rezoning, but you can waive the development permit notification requirements and approve the development permit to allow them to then apply for their building permit moving forward. So you can do that. So I don't have a motion as to what that might look like. But
I can do it.
sure.
So the first motion then will be to
It's under the option here. Yeah.
well,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry, Councillor Cameron. So the first two motions would stay the same essentially,
that's what I
right?
mean.
So that, right, okay, sorry.
So I'll just start with that. I'll recommend the proposed zoning bylaw number 4662-2010, amendment bylaw number 5021-2019 be read a first time.
Okay. All in favor?
Secondly, the proposed zoning bylaw number 4662-2010, amendment bylaw number 5021-2019 be presented at a public hearing on June 24, 2019 at 6 p.m. in the Municipal Hall Council Chamber, and the statutory notice be given at the scheduled public hearing.
All right, all in favor?
Thirdly, that we recommend that the district waive development permit notification requirements and approve proposed development permit number 18-024.
Second? Bill? Councillor Soprovich? All right.
Let's vote.
All in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your stamina tonight.
Excellent. All right, so then we move to the consent agenda.
Agenda, please. The motion regarding automated speed enforcement cameras.
Madam Mayor, noting the time, if Councillor Wong just wishes to move the consent agenda and then speak to his item while the motion's on the floor, that would also be acceptable, just for procedural
You
efficacy.
can speak to it without,
There we
can
go.
vote.
That
Yeah.
works
Thank you.
just as well.
Yeah,
Shall I proceed?
sure.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a seconder, Madam Mayor.
I'll second it.
Madam Mayor, it has to be Councillor Thompson due to
Oh,
the notice of motion.
right.
Councillor Thompson. I'm just trying to get
That
the
it is so late.
trying to get the show on the road.
Exactly.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Sorry, sir.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand that the provincial government is going to be bringing back automated speed enforcement cameras at selected intersections, but I felt that their program does not really address the needs of West Vancouver. For example, they will be implementing it at the intersection of Taylor Way and Marine Drive, where we already have red light cameras. But if you look at statistics on motor vehicle accidents, they've actually been decreasing. And the running theory is that because currents aren't actually moving. And so to have automated speed enforcement cameras at that intersection sort of doesn't make sense, in that sense that you're not able to speed or even drive at a regular speed and through that intersection. Whereas other intersections and roads, such as the ones identified in this motion, are ones that the police have identified as being problematic and therefore could benefit from such technology. So 300 block of Marine Drive, eastbound vicinity of Eagle Harbor Montessori Playground, as well as the 600 block of Marine Drive westbound and Cypress Bowl Road. So, certainly I feel that it's important for council to represent safety and the needs of residents when it comes to traffic safety. Certainly I think we all heard it during the campaign that we need to do something about it. And so as this program is being rolled out to the province, I think it's really important for us to advocate for those areas where we know that is an issue, notwithstanding where they'll be putting those cameras in anyways. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Did you want to add anything, Councillor Thompson?
I'd just like to say I'm happy to support Councillor Wong on this because I do think it's a very serious part of our role on council is when legislation rolls out and it feels good, it's easy just to accept it and be happy for it, but it is our job to make sure it works for our community and make those appropriate recommendations. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so do you want to move the consent?
Yes.
It'd be approved, yeah. All right, all in favor? Opposed, carried.
I suggest we waive reports from Mayor and Council tonight.
I just wanted to make one thank you. I have one thank you. It's just a quick one, and then we're going to go.
Well, this council Cameron's taken up about 2 hours of this meeting tonight, so I think that he probably
You should be docked. You only did have.
I just want to, under report on the success of the first inaugural Mayor's Community Cleanup Day on Saturday in Ambleside. Between 45 and 50 people showed up. We had a break in the weather. I don't know if I have the number about how much was collected, how many pounds. 250 liters, thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Lemus, for that. Everyone was very enthusiastic, and a lot of residents in the community who saw people wearing these stickers thought, what a great idea, let's do it more. I want to acknowledge the work of the Carrie Procock and Trevor Doré, who were just astounding in their level of preparation and their enthusiasm. 2 young people who were really fun to work with. And I have to just make 2 points. First of all, the most common item to be picked up by far, cigarette butts. And I always wondered why Mayor Musato they had policy over in the city about cigarette butts. I thought, what's the big deal? It actually is a big deal. We picked up thousands of them. And then the second thing, for the most surprising and unusual item, I found cash. $10.15 in cash, which made my day. I washed it because it actually was filthy. But I'm going to donate this to an environmental group Not to the city coffers, which is what Mike Philippoff suggested. They were so desperate that, anyway, for cash. So thank you to everyone that was involved and for showing up. And I gave it a 10 out of 10. I was just so pleased and so grateful. All right. On that, yes. Okay.
Follow up. I went and drove someone to the lane down around 14th. I was amazed at how clean the back lane was. I picked up pretty close to 50 pounds of whatever. One area was wet clothes, which really made it heavy. And it's absolutely stunning. If the local businesses would just look out their back door or their front and just pick up every day, it'd be quite a difference.
And thank you to Councillor Soprovich and Cameron for attending. And I'm not sure if I wasn't there standing at the tent. I was picking up garbage. So if any of you others came, I appreciate that too. So thank you very much for that contribution. All right. If there are no other reports, I'll get a motion to adjourn. Motion to receive the reports.
I'll receive reports from Mayor and Council.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And we actually have a list of,
I moved it.
There are people still here.
Call the vote on reports from Mayor and Council.
Madam Mayor, sorry, was there a seconder for that motion?
I was hoping.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the patient people, I agree, that waited for the public question and comment period. I have a list. I don't know if everyone's here. Let's see. Okay, just a minute. My brain is not. So definitely, let me go through this in order. Chris and Jane Barat, are they here? Okay, that one's not there. John Ray has spoken. Alex Polbeg on the Five Creeks project. Is he here? Alex? Okay. Zoran Barani on increase in property taxes. Zoran. Steve on affordable housing.
People got fed up.
Lucinda Jones.
We have a winner.
You guys are all in bed.
Starting to flag.
So this issue actually carries on from the last comment with some of the other issues. This is another push the pause button issue. And so please pardon my casual attire. I've come from standing guard over a lovely big cedar tree at the foot of 31st Street since 7 o'clock this morning, as I've done every day last week since 7 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know how aware Staff Council and Madam Mayor are of the dying off of the western red cedar, which was a hallmark of this geoclimatic zone. And I see that that's rapidly changing. It's no longer going to be a hallmark of this geoclimatic zone because the zone is changing, as we all know. And we talk about canopy. It took me quite a while to realize that when you were talking about canopy cover, you were talking about a percentage of, I don't know, airspace or however you mention that, however you measure that. But I guess what doesn't make kind of sense to me is how at the same time, concurrently, development continues to, above the highway by British Pacific Properties, continue in the same clear-cut, denuding fashion. I'm told by some people who oppose views about the trees and the water hydrology, etc., that there's no longer clearing like that, but I don't actually agree. I went up this evening to look at the sites that have been cleared there, and there is not one tree standing in the areas that are being developed for houses to be built. This is not sensitive to the reality of this ecosphere. It's not sustainable. the surrounding remaining trees, usually in a situation like this, not used to the change in wind, buffering, etc., eventually fall themselves as well. And so the stability of the terrain falters. The reality of a rainforest community living on a steep slope requires intelligent respect and an honoring of the particulars of that ecosystem. For 30 years, I have participated in this community. Not as much here in council for the last 10 years. I was looking after a very ill son. But I've worked on issues of ecology, whether establishing the Blue Box program, co-funding an environmental education group, participating in making bans on cosmetic use of pesticides or outdoor burning, etc. And also throughout those 30 years, I have consistently, constantly tried to draw attention of mayor, council, and staff to the falling of trees, which was disruptive to the ecosphere. And I feel like that has largely fallen on deaf ears. The most recent 3 enclaves above the highway, Altamont, West Bay, above where I live on Lower Meadfield, has drawn many to despair. People either leave the community or they take antidepressants or they weep to see what has been going on, and I'm not exaggerating. For 10 years, this has been almost unbearable, what has been going on. And so now we've got this mega project with a big pipe proposed. And so what we, the citizens who are concerned about this, would like to say is that this result is a change to the hydrology of West Vancouver. What we need to be doing is nourishing and planting the trees and dispersing the water across the landscape instead of hurling this resource like down a massive pipe to the sea like it's some kind of waste. It's not waste. It's a resource that needs to be used in the location where it falls. And by now, so many brilliant people have created in old-fashioned ways to calm a situation like what you think you're going to be preventing with this big pipe. I'm not sold on the Five Creeks diversion project, together with hundreds of others. You have the petition in your hands. Our concern is that water is not being dealt with on the land eco-wisely. Our wish is well-intentioned, for thoughtful engagement, but the current tone is one of dismissal and no consultation. Basically, this is unacceptable. We don't feel represented in your behind closed doors meetings and in not making public the alternatives which you have dismissed. There has not been disclosure or explanation about that. There is potential damage to property through the blasting that has to occur in putting a pipeline down. And that's something that we take seriously, and we might have to take preemptive action in protecting ourselves that way.
And our staff are available anytime to discuss any of the issues you've raised.
Staff is available?
Yep, absolutely. We will meet as needed anytime.
So we can phone and make an appointment?
Yeah.
We would very much appreciate that.
I would appreciate
You need a big
that too.
room?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Carol Ann Reynolds, I believe, is the last speaker.
Thank you very much and for your patience. And first of all, I should say I totally agree with deferring about the LAP. That was a great decision for you to make to, of course, include whatever areas you're being questioned about in the local area plan. That was a great discussion, and I'm very glad you made that decision, so thank you very much. I do have some questions. One is, and I can be told this later, I'm really still a bit unclear about the every 3 years you can cut down a tree till you get to no trees at all. So I think that part of the interim bylaw tree should be addressed. Also, when someone said, residents wouldn't, It should be their choice. Residents are sensible. They wouldn't cut down the trees or whatever. But the problem is that developers come in and cut down the trees because it's cheaper, it's faster, and they make more money. I remember when trees were cut down in Caulfield. I had people coming to me to say afterwards and saying, I bought here, but I would have preferred that they had left the trees. You know, I am not choosing this place because of the trees. I would have been happier had they had the trees, but they absolutely left them. And also I'd like to make another plea. I heard a mention just now made about hydrology. I will make my plea I've made for more than a decade to have a hydrology study. It should be scientific. It should be a policy. And tonight I learned first about basements affecting the soil on the hillside. We must protect the soil on the hillside. We must make sure that it is kept, maintained by whatever plants. You have your own choice about what plants you want to buy. That's your choice. Aesthetic. We can't dictate taste, but we can say we have the scientific evidence. You have the responsibility to meet what is needed to preserve the soil on our mountainside and prevent erosion and flooding. No, and I also applaud that you went from 75 to 35. At least something is being done that's better than nothing. I hope you will get down lower than that, but doing something is better than just waiting. So congratulations on doing that as well. So that was the main thing. I don't want to keep you. We've had a long evening. You've been very patient, but it has been a very interesting, widespread amount of discussions on various comments on various things. So thank you very much for your patience, and you should be complimented on some of the things that you do that most of us think are right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Caroline. Yes. Second. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Peter's been waiting for that motion.